Welcome everybody. Got a lot to go through today, so we're just going to, actually, this whole we have a lot to go through. We're a working group, and this is going to be a working meeting, so I hope everybody acts and got a good night's sleep. I'm Jeff Prevett. I'm the chair. To my left is Wenying Su, who's our vice chair from NASA. I'm from NOAA. Kyle Woolland is to my right, and Kyle is also works with me at NOAA. We're both from Asheville, North Carolina. And we're going to go and do a tour of the table in a second, but just want to sort of tell you who I am before we get going. A couple logistics to go through. One is what I should be doing right now, which is speaking loudly and clearly into the microphone. Those of you who are at the table here in Boulder, you have microphones that are shared microphones in most cases. It's critical that when you are talking, you press down on the button and keep your finger on the button for the duration of your comments, and then only release after you're done. Please mute your laptop microphones. For those of you who are online, but not here in Boulder, you're going to stay muted the entire time until you have a comment to make, and then just simply unmute in Zoom, make your comments, and then go back into mute mode. So we are recording, by the way. If anybody has concerns either in their presentation or otherwise about being recorded, please let us know. And there are different things we can do, including just not record while you are speaking, for instance, or if there are other issues or organizational issues with that, please let us know. Okay, so first thing, our support team, I've already introduced Kyle, who's our secretariat. He's been with us for about a year, I think, and we get him at least through October this year at the plenary. I'm going to try and keep him longer than that, but he doesn't know that yet. Facility and audiovisual. Welcome to Boulder. This is UCAR. UCAR, many of you know NCAR, which is National Centers for Atmospheric Research. It's up on the hill, beautiful IMPay design building. But NCAR is an instance of UCAR, which is the University Corporation for Atmospheric Research. It's a collection of US universities which sort of huddled together back when supercomputers were very hard to get, and they got one of the early craze. But that was the reason they sort of got together as this entity called UCAR to be able to pool their money and create places like NCAR and do the advanced research and particularly the computer algorithms, computer models for atmospheric research. UCAR remains well beyond the price of computers coming way down, and they have expanded in Boulder, and I don't think I've ever been in this particular facility. It's the first time using it, but it's fantastic, as you can see. We have it all to ourselves this week. And I want to introduce our audio-visual support in the back. First, we have Calvin Tavares. This is Kelvin, and Fletcher Ryan to his right. They know everything about this building. They've put on 750 meetings-ish last year in this thing. They can do everything for anybody. So please contact them if you have any concerns logistically. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate you helping out. This is a secure facility, and there is a one and only one gate pass, which my friend Kelvin is going to show you right now. Don't lose sight of Kelvin, or if you do lose sight of Kelvin, Kyle. Kyle, I apologize. Kyle, tell him or me when you expect to get back, and make sure you have one or the other of our phone numbers. The reason being the door is locked, and the only way one of us can get in is with the pass that Kyle has. So if you do sort of go out, smoke a cigarette, vape, whatever you're going to do out there, make a phone call, just call us, and one or the other of us will go open the door for you. Parking, there are some people who are going to be coming in and out through the meeting. So obviously those people who are in the room, this doesn't affect. So people online, if you're going to be driving to this facility to park, there's a parking structure. You enter it, I think it goes underneath the building. You enter it on the south side of this building. So park on the first floor of that parking structure, walk back up, and come in the south side entrance to this building, which is the one we all came in. And then again, call Kyle or myself, and we'll go open the door for you. Restrooms, are located on this same floor all the way down to the north end of the building. On the right, you'll see them. Lunch is going to be a little bit experimental. There's a cafeteria that we can walk to. We're going to try that for today, and I think it's going to go well. It looks like it's got a great menu, but to be honest, I just haven't been there and tried it. It's about a 10-minute walk. Does that sound about right? Yeah, about 10-minute walk. It's underneath. We will go underneath the Foothills Parkway, which was a sort of large highway, so that could be kind of interesting. So we'll walk there as a group and come back together as a group. Video conferencing. I've already talked a little bit about using these microphones. Importantly, stay muted. Another important thing is use your cursor to be pointing to things if you're presenting. If you use your hands or if you pull out a laser pointer or something like that, it will not be recorded. And of course, it will be impossible for people who are online to be able to see it. So please use your cursor and move that around to be able to point to things. Please stay on schedule. Kyle has time cards, such as this. Kyle is taller and stronger than anyone in the room. So if Kyle says 1 minute, you want to observe that 1 minute. We'll do our best for that. Obviously, again, it's a working meeting, so we're going to have to adjust as need arises to be able to work certain issues longer than others. Lunch already talked to. Refreshments. Some of you helped bring the refreshments over. Thank you very much. We will have coffee coming. Kyle will be actually getting the coffee for us down at Starbucks. He'll be bringing that in right before the coffee breaks. We have bottles of water out there, and we have fruit and snacks and things like that. So that's what it's going to look like as far as our breaks. Be about 15 minutes each break. There's a particular food need you want, you can tell Wen Ying, and she'll tell you why we didn't get it. Group photo, we will do a group photo hopefully tomorrow. I'm going to be watching the weather. So my dream on this group photo thing somehow is to be able to get the Flatirons in the background from here. I don't know if this is possible. I'm told that we can probably see a little bit, but I think that'd be really kind of cool. So that's what we're going to try to do tomorrow, simply because there'll be, I think, more people who are going to be joining us temporarily tomorrow. This is Boulder. It's a mile high. Drink lots of water. If you haven't been here before, sometimes that can play with your head a little bit of altitude. University of Colorado's here. Coach Prime is now in town. So all the Europeans are looking at me like, what are you talking about? Football coach. I think that's all I have to go over there. That's my logistics. Okay, so a little bit about last year. We had 2 meetings, Working Group Climate 18 and 19 in Japan and Italy, respectively.
Jeff, would you speak louder or more close to the microphone?
Sure thing. Is that Albrecht?
Would you please speak louder or more close to the microphone?
I will. Is that better?
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's better.
I can sing too.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 meetings last year, Japan and Italy. Some of the top priorities that we worked through, put together our work plan, the annual work plan, that's sort of just regular business. And very importantly, though, we got working on the Space Agency response to the GCOS implementation plan. For those of you who are new, you'll sometimes hear that referred to as the SARGIP. That's the acronym SARGIP. We're doing it differently this time through, where we sort of did a phase 1 last year. We took care of about half the actions, and this year we're doing phase 2. We'll spend a lot of time on that today with Wen Ying. Related to that is the gap analysis report. Jorg is in charge of the gap analysis report and the coordinated action plan. He's going to be also taking a significant part of this morning to be able to talk to the progress and sort of finalization details for both of those. So we're excited that that's moving along. The ECV inventory, we actually got started on a fairly major overhaul and restructuring of that last year. We had a bit of a contract lapse, so we're sort of I think now back into restarting that effort. So that's a very exciting effort that we hope to finish up this year. As usual, we put together for the statement to be read at the COP, the Conference of the Parties of UNFCCC. Last year, the Canadian delegation, Canadian Space Agency, was the official CEOS representative. as chair of CEOS to COP28, and they read our statement. We also made some contributions to Earth Information Day, which is a whole story in itself. It came together very late, but we were there thanks to Suzanne Mecklenburg, who I believe is online. And finally, there was some very good action by the Greenhouse Gas Task Team. For those of you who are new to the organization, again, we are a working group. In the CEOS structure, working groups report technically to the plenary, the principals, rather than where the virtual constellation groups report to, which is the strategic implementation team level. So we sort of report to the very top. The Greenhouse Gas Task Team is a sub-team within the working group climate. It has its own lead, Yashka Meyer, and our vice chair, Wen Ying, is the vice lead, I guess you call it. What do you call it? Deputy lead, vice lead? Deputy lead of the Greenhouse Task Team. So that's just how that rocks. A lot of work going on in the Greenhouse Gas Team. Okay, so that was 2023. Now, 2024, this is our first meeting, of course, of 2024 Working Group Climate 20. Some key goals for this meeting. You might think of these as exit criteria. One is to finalize the 2024 work plan. That actually is due this week. The final comments on the work plan are due up to the Secretariat for CEOS. I'm in charge of that one. We are going to nominate and approve our next vice chair. I think probably everybody knows who that is, but if you don't, it's the gentleman to my left. This is Vincent-Henri Pouche from ECMWF. You will see him showing up in his bright and smiling face on a chart in a little bit later today. We're going to work on the SARGIP and kick off year 2 of working through that. We're going to finalize the gap analysis report, and that hopefully we can get that released at SIT 39. Again, for people who are new, SIT is Strategic Implementation Team, that sort of work where the execution work gets done within CEOS. That meeting is coming up in April, and so our plan then is to deliver, I guess, sort of release for comment the gap analysis report at that time. And lastly, we're going to coordinate with a lot of partners. We have a lot of presentations, particularly on day 2 through this, so you'll hear from them. And finally, we decided to do something a little bit different this time, where we have a lot of sort of this roll up the sleeves business work to do. And that can be a little bit burdensome, let's put it that way, especially when you're a beautiful city like Boulder. So we thought we'd intersperse a number of so-called lightning talks. No, that's at least what we call them. Sort of little vignettes that are sort of off the maybe normal path of a meeting, where you get very interesting talks by scientific stuff. And as many of you know, I've been involved with NOAA's climate data records pretty much from the inception in about 2006 or 7. As part of our early development work, we did calls for people to support us, and a number of the people who were selected through the competition were here in Boulder, or at least in the Front Range, one being up in Fort Collins. So I thought we'd take advantage of this location to have those people come in and give us our lightning talks. So looking very much forward to that. Agenda, real quickly. I've sort of talked through a lot of what this sort of working stuff is. We'll have that coffee break at 11 o'clock. 12:30, we'll walk over through lunch, to lunch. Right after lunch, Chris Kumaro, who is one of our lightning talks, he's up at Fort Collins at Colorado State University. He'll be coming down and talking to us about the microwave sounder imager fundamental climate data record that he's developed and produced for us for many, many years. And then we'll sort of work through, again, mostly a business sort of structure through day 1. Day 2 is where we do a lot of the partner engagement. So we'll have we'll have Sarah from Geo, Gianpaolo from Balsamo. For the first time, we'll get to hear him at a working group climate meeting. Very excited. He's in charge of the new greenhouse gas watch over at WMO. So that's a very, for those again who don't know, it's fairly new. I think it was approved by the WMO Congress just last year, but it's a huge fantastic undertaking. It's going to support all things Paris Agreement and particularly the global stock takes. So we'll be hearing about that. Then some more businessy things. In Yashka, as I said, our lead of the greenhouse gas task team will give us an update at 11 tomorrow. Then Wen Ying and Mark Dow are going to talk about the climate policy session that's coming up at SIT 39. We have a couple, actually 3 different lightning talks in the afternoon, some finish up business. Day 3, we'll hear from the SCO program. That's sort of our pillar 4 user engagement, boots on the ground of getting work done with satellite data to help climate resiliency, climate adaptation, and mitigation efforts. So there's an exciting international effort there, many of you are aware of. And really the rest of the day on day 3 is kind of wrap up stuff. I think there'll be some loose ends that we'll be tying up. So I'll be paying attention to that as day 1 and 2 progress so that we can start to fill that in with exactly what we need to focus on in day 3. And I promise to have all of you out of here by noon on day 3. A number of you have to catch flights back. Tomorrow's a holiday for many people. Appreciate you sort of making accommodation of this meeting right before the holiday. We'll try to get you back to your families not too late tomorrow if you're flying. Tour to table. Go through this pretty quickly. We'll go in room first, and then we'll pass it to the people who are online virtually to say your name. So please just say your name and organization, and if you have any kind of a sort of role here within the working group, like you're one of our representatives to GCOS panels or something like that, just let us know. And with that, I've already introduced myself, so I'll ask Wen Ying to introduce, and let's go left all around the room clockwise and come back to me, and then we'll go online.
Right, thank you, Jeff. My name is Wen Ying Su. I'm the vice chair of the working group. I also the ex officio on the GCOS atmospheric panel. And welcome to Boulder. Thank you all for joining us either here in person or online. And I look forward to a very productive discussion in the next 2.5 days. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon. I'm Vincent Ripoc. I work at ECMWF. I'm the director for engagement with the EU, which means overseeing a number of programs, including Copernicus and Destination Earth. And I'm a candidate for becoming vice chair of the working group.
Yeah, I'm Jörg Scholz. I'm with EUMETSAT, and I'm the climate service manager, and also involved in many activities on climate data records. I'm also a member of the science steering group of a new WCOP core project on Earth system modeling and observations.
Good morning, all. My name is Kanchana Kagulang from GSTA, Thailand. GSTA is a member of a working group climate, and the GSTA role in a gap between a big gap between metadata and policy.
Good morning. My name is Butsaba Omkasem. I'm also from GSTA, Thailand. I'm a geoinformatics scientist. I'm a new member of this working group. Nice to meet you all.
And if I can interrupt real quickly, sorry. For those of you who are new, I have a slide coming up with your names, pronounce, everything. So you can say hi now, but then I will ask you to just say a few words about your organization, what you do, and particularly your organization's goals within Working Group Climate. So that will be, I think, in the next slide or a slide after. So you don't have to do that right now. George, you're up.
Okay. My name is George Shan. I'm new to the group. I'm a research scientist at USGS Earth Resources and Observation Science Center. So my many task at AROS is to use remote sensing data to produce a variety of land cover and land cover change products. For myself, I have worked on that field for more than 20 years and produce a variety of land cover, land change product.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Bruno. I am with USGS National Land Imaging Program, and I'm actually an external engagement specialist. So I'm here to support Kimberly and George from NLI and ARROS.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Casey. I'm from USGS headquarters. I'm a research scientist there and Earth Observation Capabilities Lead. Thanks. New member.
Hi everyone, I'm Darren Gent from University of Leicester and National Centre for Earth Observation in the UK. I'm here as the GCOS terrestrial panel representative.
Hi, I'm Gareth Thomas from RAL Space at Rutherford Appleton Laboratory in the UK and also part of National Centre for Earth Observation, like Darren. And I'm here as the UK Space Agency rep.
Hello, everyone. Kyle Wolland, Working Group Climate Secretariat and Jeff's right-hand man.
Good, thanks so much. Okay, now for the folks who are online, if you could please sort of mentally roughly imagine the world. We're going to go west out of Boulder and start working our way around the world. I don't know who that would be, but if you think you're up, you probably are. So we'll just sort of let you roll. I can't see everybody's names right now, so just figure it out. It might be Osama, it might be you.
Sam went Sako.
Misako.
Hi, this is Misako Kaji from JAXA. I'm representative for the working climate as a JAXA representative. Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Hi, good evening here in Japan. Actually, I'm Osamu Oche from JAXA. I'm a SIT chair team. So really looking forward to discuss with you in terms of the climate policy and then GHG observation and etc. So happy to join you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Osama. Next, is there anybody like is Peng or anybody from China online? Okay. Others, let's see, might push us all the way to Europe, eastern parts of Europe. Anybody? Albrecht, why don't you go just to sort of get Europe started?
Austria starts. Unoza.
Oh, is Austria on?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Jorge Del Rio here from UNUSA, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Glad to be in this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Jorge. Good to see you.
Nice to see you all.
Hello, I'm Claire Cossiaz, also working at UNUSA. Nice to meet you.
Hi, thanks.
Oh, that's Albrecht von Bergen, DLR speaking, and I'm with the German Space Agency. And I'm also in the greenhouse gas task team. Thank you.
Good, and I think we're down to Italy.
Maybe
now.
Switzerland, Italy. Okay, I don't know which is more west.
No, go ahead, Katarina, take it away.
So I'm Caterina Tassone. I work for the GCOS Secretariat, and I especially take care of the atmospheric panel for climate observations. And I'm always also the head of GCOS. And yes, we collaborate a lot with WG Climate.
Thanks, Katerina. I think I saw Antonio.
Hello, yes. We are in Switzerland, but I'm Italian. So I'm Antonio Bombelli. I'm the terrestrial observation panel of GCOS. Darren already presented himself. He's a technical expert member of TOPSI, while I'm the scientific officer here in the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thanks, Antonio. Who is next?
Probably we can move to Greece. Hi. I'm Irena Drakopoulou. I am a part of the CEOS Executive Office team. Nice to meet all of you.
Hi, great. Great to see you. Thank you. Next. Anyone else in Europe who hasn't? Is Susanna? Is Susanna? Maybe she
can't hear us.
Okay. I think we're probably back in the States. Is there anybody from East Coast?
Trying to talk. Her
Oh.
mic is open, but we can't hear you, Susanna, if you're.
Okay. Might be a problem, Susanna, with your audio. We'll circle back to catch you if we can get that sorted out. Anybody in the Eastern US?
Hi,
South-
everybody. Eastern US. Hi, everyone.
Who was that?
Thanks.
Oh, is it Tim Stryker?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, everybody. Nice to
We don't-
see you.
We don't
Sorry, I
see.
can't be there in person.
There you are. There you are. Okay. Good to see you, Tim. Anybody else
Hi.
from DC, New York?
Yes. Hi, everybody. This is Oriana Villar with NOAA Satellites, Office of International Affairs. I'm here really in support of Jeff. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for joining.
Hi, Oriana. I'm glad that you're able to join. This is Adria Schwarber. I'm also Oriana's colleague in NOAA NESDIS in the International Affairs Department. I support my office. NESDIS is wide engagement in CEOS, so happy to be here.
Fantastic. Thanks, Adria. We came in numbers in NOAA, by the way. Anybody's wondering, we show up. Next, anybody else? DC area, maybe? Working across. I think that's probably about it.
Susanna.
Susanna, can you?
I see her. Susanna, do you want to try again?
Susanna, we have a virtual green room. If you can jump in there, I can assist you with debugging the audio issues.
Susanna Mecklenburg is from ESA. You want to be Susanna today. So anyway, we'll get that sorted out and bring her online as soon as we can get that sorted out. Okay. Special welcome to new members. As I said, Gista Pacorn, as I understand it, will be coming at the coffee break and joining us physically. He's actually here in Boulder for a longer stay, in fact. Utsaba and Kanjana, you've already introduced yourself, but do you want to say a little bit about Gista and plan to be working with Working Group Climate?
Yes, for GISTA, as I mentioned in the first, GISTA is the space agency in Thailand. So we will try to utilize the space technology for climate data and support the climate policy also. And now we have a research team to analyze the ECV data for support the climate policy.
Thank you. We're really grateful to have you at this meeting. For those who don't know, just hosted the plenary last year in November. I guess that was it, November, and it was the most amazing meeting I think I've ever been to. It was just a week-long, really good working meeting, but also a lot of fun and cultural experience and stuff like that. So I'm still talking about that meeting. We're very grateful. And just is, I know, among other things, very involved with the carbon and the inventories, and particularly the OFOLU efforts. They've been very active there. Sansa, we have a couple new representatives from South Africa. I don't believe they've joined the call yet, and they may not. I'm not going to, well, I will attempt to pronounce the names. Lerato Shikwambana and Nale Mudao, guessing. So this is just more of an acknowledgement that they've reached out to us and nominated those two people to be their primary representatives to Working Group Climate. So we're very happy to have them. USGS, we've already heard a little bit from USGS, Kimberly, Casey, Kelly, and George. So Kimberly, you want to take it away?
Sure, thank you. My name is Kimberly Casey again. Just to give a little bit more of my background, I've served on the MODIS science team in the cryosphere capacity, so snow and sea ice and glacier mapping. That was my longest 10-year record, about 20 years on that. And then more recently joined USGS working as their Earth observation capabilities lead. So what that means is looking at the world's sensors, both government and commercial, and understanding those technologies and how they play a role in ECVs and other aspects. Thanks.
Yeah, I will just briefly mention that USGS is looking to kind of refill the role that John Dwyer was doing with the Working Group for Climate. So Kimberly and George are going to be really working to fill that role. I know Kimberly already is working on the essential climate variables. But yeah, I'm going to leave it to George.
Yeah, I can say a little bit more about our work at the USGS. I mentioned before at the USGS AEROS, we collect all the Earth observation mode, remote sensing data, mainly Landsat and previously AVHR, MODIS, and other satellite data. So we collect all those data. At the same time, we also produce variety of land cover, land change related information, supported by NLI. And one of the most important data set that we produce is the land cover and land cover change. And recently we released our 36 years annual land cover and land cover change data. And at the same time, we also use satellite remote sensing data to derive a variety of ECV product like dynamic water extent and land surface temperature. So those products got widely used by a variety of applications for climate change assessment. One of the example I want to mention that this year we just got actually released the last year US National Climate Assessment version 5. So for that assessment, we provide the two major data sets to support that assessment. One is annual land cover change, 36 years annual land cover change for the US, and another one is the land surface temperature for the urban heat. And so for that one, recently we used that land surface temperature to produce urban heat island change, annual land cover change, annual urban heat change for 50 cities in the US. That report got released, and right now our group extended that research to entire US for all major cities for the US, not just 50 cities. So I believe to participate in this group, we can understand what the group needs, and then we can look at our capabilities to provide more important and useful information for this group.
Fantastic. Appreciate all of you coming, and we're super excited. Tim, I know you were instrumental in bringing USGS in, and I appreciate your help in doing that. So looking forward very much to this relationship. Finally, UKSA, Gareth Thomas.
Hi, yes, I'm Gareth Thomas. My own background is in aerosol and cloud remote sensing. So I've done a lot of analysis of satellite measurements to get aerosol and cloud properties and produce climate data records from that data. As far as the UKSA's priorities for this working group, I think probably we're continuing what John Rios and Beth Greenaway have already sort of established. And I guess the current focuses within the UK are sort of two things. One is sort of the development and exploitation of the ECV data sets. So actually turning these data into something useful information rather than just data sets. And also working towards best practice in the remote sensing of climate data, particularly greenhouse gases. Thanks.
Thanks, Gareth. Apologize, we just said it. Thank you. Thank you for joining. You're sort of are you sort of the permanent John Medios replacement or temporary?
That's the idea, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this is the future. UKSA with Working Group Climate. More seriously, we do a lot of work in Working Group Climate, particularly to the new people. And last year about this time when we had our meeting, we sort of laid out the work plan and we looked at the number of people who were at that meeting and the amount of work to do. And there was a mismatch. There was just too much work to do given the number of agencies that were actively participating in Working Group Climate. So we rattled the cages a little bit at the SIT meeting, at the plenary, with CGMS, everywhere, to say, look, if we're going to execute these plans and get the work done that needs to be done in international coordination, we need more agencies to participate, we need people. And so I'm extraordinarily grateful to the 4 agencies that have answered that call and shown up in person and things, particularly very, very appreciative of that. Okay, that's my part. So we're going to sort of get right into now working through the work plan. This is the part of the roll up the sleeves effort. So if you want to run to the restroom or something, this might be a good time before we get going. Every year we work on the work plan, and there are deliverables associated with the work plan. And what I'm showing in the first box there, is that full screen? People online, we're just making some adjustments to the screen, what's showing. That's okay. So that's better. Can everybody see that? Does everybody have a lap? Okay, there we go. Okay, I think that looks better. Okay, so the first table here is what we had in the work plan in calendar year 2023. And then below that, immediately below that, are the proposed changes that I'm proposing, at least, and that I would like to walk through. So I think the path here will be, we'll go through these item by item. Anything that you see highlighted represents a change that I'm proposing. And I would like to use this meeting as an opportunity to talk through those changes. Again, these are just sort of draft changes. We can adjust them however we want to as a group, but just start to walk through these one by one. So very first one there, 1906. This has been a long-standing one. It was created, you see second to the right column there on the right side. The creation year was 2019. And I think this primarily, and you're gonna have to sort of help me here with the history of this one. Albrecht, you would remember as well. I believe this represented changes that we would like to make to move into the inventory, our big ECV inventory. So one of them was the incorporation of the fundamental climate data records into the inventory, or at least allowance of that. Number 2 was to work on some of the nomenclature. I think arrive at sort of a standardized nomenclature for various things and put that into the inventory. And then finally, metadata standards, converge on metadata standards and put that in there, and then try to make that fairly uniform across all of the different records that are in the inventory. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I think this what you see there, it was a summary of actions that come from the coordinated action plan from the gap analysis in 2018. And I just propose we wait because I plan to go through all of them.
Okay.
Which is about 18 actions that were in the coordinated action plan. And then we should make up our mind. So some are also completed. So that's all the good news. So but some of them, we need to see what we do with them.
Okay.
And then I think we can return on Friday.
Perfect.
To modify this action here to what remains to be executed.
And I somewhat thought that might be the answer to this one. So
that sounds good now, but it's going to be a hard work this afternoon.
And you?
Oh, so one thing that I thinking that was not on the agenda is we discussed a lot of the simplified questionnaire for the next round. So that was not on the agenda, but I don't know if you plan to go through some of that we went through, the huge spreadsheets that we done.
I have a slide on it, but when I saw that we have the priority on the gap analysis report and on the action plan, I think we should do that first.
Yes.
And the rest, we can probably on Friday when we talk about homework, we can talk about that. And because this we only need a little later this year. But the other ones, the other two have priority, but then we can go back to that.
So the next one on your the COP28, that one I already kind of communicated with the CEO. That one should be closed down. So that's what we already delivered that.
2304.
Yes, that's one that was last year's item. So we already delivered that. That should not be on there anymore.
Okay. Okay. Let's the previous one, 2302. Sort of do these in order. So that was taken care of, as I mentioned, we delivered that. So that one I propose we close. So when for 2304, we close that as sort of year one done. Do we open up another one for year two?
I think that should be just all together. So rather than phase, I think we should just put that this rolling actions. So with the intended deadlines, probably should be sometime in next year. Because once we produce that, that will be go to the GCOS panel for review, and then we have to address their feedback. So I think probably realistically we should have that the completion date should be sometime mid 2025.
So June 20.
Just to interrupt you, can we come back to the one before? Because I do have a comment on this. There was a distribution of the work plan, a draft to the principals. And in this, the COP28 substance statement, there are also relevant action items for the upcoming ones. I would say it should be better formulated there because it's something we had this as a not COP28 substance statement. We had this as a substance statement for the CEOS delegation and as a recurrent item. That's one thing.
Yes.
And I didn't know whether you had also the opportunity to align with the draft which had been circulated last week. Work plan draft.
Draft work plan. I've been in that. I haven't communicated. Irina, you're still on, right?
Hello, yes, I'm still here. Yeah, the first version of the draft was shared last week, and this Monday I emailed again one message to all of you clarifying the official dates. Thank you, Veningsu, for the feedbacks that you gave me last week on top of COP. So I have closed on the system the following: the 1905, 2301, and 2302. So these deliverables have been closed on the system.
Could you repeat those again? You said 2301?
So this is 2301, 2302, and 1905. You have them.
Okay, so we're sort of a little bit out of order here. So we've got a couple things on the table.
Oh yeah, I don't see here
Albert's
in
comment
this.
is suggesting that we identify which items will be recurring or annual ones that we really don't want to have individual dates and have to renew those each year. Is that correct, Albert?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's maybe, and Irina, you were also in on that email exchange. I don't know whether that's something, whether we could move forward sort of structurally in the work plan or not.
Yeah, actually, that is a very good suggestion that we could really highlight or figure out how we should put forward the recruiting items, because I see that some of these deliverables, they keep on happening. So this could be the COP deliverable. So I don't know what is your suggestion on this, because I'm actually pretty new to this role as well. We took over the first week of January. So I'm open to your suggestions on how we should better phrase it on the work plan.
That's good. First, just understanding that you all are open to that, I think is good. Albert, thank you for that suggestion. I do have in a couple more slides. You'll start to see that Albert's suggestion showing up where I'm not putting a completion date, but rather just saying it's a recurring, sustained one. So how? Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe we should look through all action items, not today, but through all action items, because I had the impression when I was here that there were not only one recurrent item, and that we group them together, and then we provide them to the CEOS executive team. And this cannot be done for this work plan because it's too late. But we can do this under the year, until the SIT work.
Let's pass our suggestion to Irina and let the sort of secretariat figure out, if they can accommodate it when and how they want to cluster that. I think the more important thing is for our working group to decide which are those items, and then updates, and then we can pass that to the secretariat and Irina.
Yes, this is noted. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you.
Good. Okay, so now I want to go back to some of Irina's comments. We closed 2301. I did not, when I did the search of the work plan and deliverables, I did not see that come up. Can you remind us what 2301 is?
That's for the COP27.
Oh, that's COP27. Okay.
Yeah, that's already older. Yeah, but I had it on the handover documents that were delivered to me. That's why I closed it already last week with Benning. So thank you.
Super. Thank you so much. All right. So, and then 2302 was COP28. So we closed that. And then 1905. Okay. Let me wait on 1905. I want to talk to that one, but let's not completely lose order here. I think we're at 20. Okay, so 2304, we decided to push to June 25, correct? And that will, we won't call it phase 1 or 2 or anything. We'll just say overall.
So does that date include the feedback as well?
Yes.
So when are we going to set a date for the first draft of the responses to go to the GCOS panels to prepare their feedback for?
So there, I guess I'll give a quick summary. We'll address that in the next topic item. So there's many activities in the GCOS IP that the Space Agency had to address. So last year, we actually delivered 21 of those activities, and those are sent to the panels for review. And then we also got some feedbacks, and those feedbacks are all addressed except one for the permafrost extent. So we need to rework on that. So that's the first phase is down for the first 21. But this year, I think we have another 28 activities left. I'm going to go through that in detail in the next hour or two. So the idea is to distribute that among the working group, members, and then the idea is to get the first response back by the end of the summer, and then we can present that at the SIT technical workshop, and then at the Space Agency at the plenary. But in the meantime, those responses will be sent to the GCOS panels for feedbacks. They will normally need about a month or two to get back to us. And then that will put us sometime around end of this year to get their feedbacks. And then I was hoping that next year, maybe we'll use a few months to address the feedbacks and then provide the final Space Agency response to GCOS IP. I think that's a rough timeline in my head.
I think that's great. I apologize again to new people. There was a lot in that. It's very hard to understand some of these technicalities if you've not been working these for, it took me 5 years. It took Wendy 5 years to get up to speed on this. So it will make more sense when Wendy starts her session on that. Okay, so moving on, 2202, provide condensed feedback for the gap analysis report. To the greenhouse gas task team in AFOLU. So this isn't just the gap analysis report. This is the condensed versions to the greenhouse gas task team in AFOLU. I was suggesting we just push that off to the end of the year to give extra margin, but what do you think you want to do there, Jorg? 2202.
22021.
Yeah. I don't know whether the condensed feedback is this small paper we had in 2020 from our workshop, and which we forwarded to GCOS as draft comments for the IP during the IP drafting process.
Yes, I remember when that happened, but I don't think that's this.
I think this is the gap analysis report, and when we pick the variables, those are all kind of carbon focused, but it's spread among the the atmosphere for the greenhouse gas, and also for the land cover, and also for the subpart of one or two of the variables is actually related to the aquatic carbon. So I think we want to do is to summarize the findings of all those each variables and provide the feedback to greenhouse gas task team, to the FULU team, and also to the newly established the CEOS aquatic carbon roadmap team. I think that's my recollection of the work plan that in here. That's the 2202 and 2203.
So thank you. I think that's aligns with what I can remember.
Yeah.
What I want to do is offer up that maybe, since we'll probably this year, probably very soon, have the gap analysis report, do we just delete this action, call it closed, and present the entire gap analysis report to those groups, make sure they receive it, and be done with the problem?
Yes, I would suggest that, because so what Albrecht said, we did this workshop in 22.
Yeah.
We did two things. So one was trying to influence GCOS on their requirement setting, which I rate was unsuccessful. So nothing really happened. So very small modifications, but not what we proposed in terms of new ECV products and other things, particularly in the carbon and fluxes area. On the other hand, we also analyzed actually gaps, and this is part of the gap analysis report. So I basically tried to use everything I could find from that 22 workshop, and particularly the carbon flux stuff and carbon methane was among the best write-ups from that workshop.
Yeah.
Never did any write-up, so there's not much material, but it contains also other things like permafrost and other stuff where we still need to do a little work on. And the same applies for ocean variables. I think we did not explicitly ocean variables related to carbon in that workshop, mostly not. So this would be that we could still address at a later stage, but I think we can do, if we go through with a plan of the gap analysis report, basically to be endorsed in summer. So I think the best target is the CGMS plenary, not the CEOS plenary. CEOS should do this in writing. And then we can brief all these other groups on the results if they want. No? So we can have dedicated meetings or whatever is useful, that they get a good understanding, if we are not involving them even in finishing the report.
So
yes.
So we leave it up to them to decide whether they want to report, but otherwise we probably would not have, it's not on us to go out and push that.
Yeah, Jeff, just a short comment. The GHG task team, the people who were in the gap analysis involved, they are also in the GHG task team.
Right.
So it's something like a communication tube, you know.
So it was happening by virtue of participation and membership, and doesn't really require a written report.
So for example, Julia and John Verden and so on, they were both in Darmstadt doing that workshop.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so that explains where we are in 2202. 1905.
I don't know. Hi, Jeff, can you hear me?
Closed. Yeah, so just I'm mentally recollecting and going through some things here. I presented definitions at plenary last year in Thailand. I said they were draft and not finalized, but I wanted, this has been on the books for so long, I wanted to at least give them an update on where we were in this thinking. So perhaps that was the basis for closing the action. What I was going to do, and maybe that's appropriate, we would call it the traditional 19. You see, I doubled it up, by the way, in the lower box. You see two 1905s. One represents what it was, which I'm suggesting we close. But then I'm suggesting we also, I guess, make a new one and say, all right, now that we have these definitions, what we learned through this process over these years is that other groups are also working on definitions. And so now we have a problem where we're not coordinated. You guys know this well, coordinated in line. So making a work plan, a new work plan element to do that coordination and alignment with the other groups that are working on definitions. Jorg.
Yes, I think so, but we need to come to an end. The sooner the better. And I can understand that many groups work on this, but I think we did this because we thought we have some authority to release that. It's not like every project forms a group that works on new definitions. This is, I think, just because there is no good definition apart from the FCDR. There was always one. No? So that's why we need to bring this to an end. And I think the best would be really if we would do a peer-reviewed publication. No? And we can show that around to whoever, WMO, GCOS, they can all have their say. But in the end, we need to decide what it is, because we also need to implement it in the end. And so the agency at this stage will need to implement. If there are proposals which we find useful, fine. But if there are many proposals where you would think, this is a very special feature of it, then we may not be in favor of implementing it and would not include this in the definitions. And I think you brought it already to pretty far down maturity, and I think we should, which we have partly also communicated. I think we didn't find much resistance in the community against those definitions. It's more about guiding people how to do what is in the definition. So I think we should just conclude. Okay. The quicker, the better.
So that coordination essentially is done through peer review processes and things as part of a manuscript review.
But those definitions are effectively frozen from our point of view, are they?
Pardon me?
The definitions from our side, we're going to freeze those. We're happy with them.
Which side are you? Which hat are you wearing? Are you wearing your GCOS hat or are you wearing Working Group Climate hat? Okay. That's what the proposal would be, to effectively freeze and move forward. We're almost there. Yeah. Are you? Is it GCOS or WMO who has the other sort of set that's kind of floating around out there? I've gotten occasional emails about this, and I'm not familiar, but I know there are others working on this.
Discussed as much GCOS
or WGCV. Anyone know? All right. Jorg has put on the table the proposal that we move this to manuscript level. Does anybody object to that? Okay. 1905 becomes draft manuscript, draft and submit manuscript.
Who will do?
Pardon me?
Who will do?
Let me sort that out later. Let's just get the elements right now before we do implementation. 2303, again, this is one, like Albrecht said, that we have, it's recurring. So, so Irina, I'll work with you on that.
Just confused about the numbers because COP29 is this year.
Yeah.
But the deadline is in September 25?
Yeah, that's why this is a little bit mixed up, because what we're proposing, I think what Albrecht is sort of saying is, let's get rid of COP 27, 28, 29, just say COP. We're always going to do a statement for COP, and it's going to be recurring.
But then there is a SEPSTA in June and the COP in November, December.
Yeah, sometimes it's October, sometimes November, sometimes December. So I will clean that up. Good, fair point. I'll clean up the dates to make that a recurring, and I'll work with Irina on that one. Okay, thank you for that. And I think for the 2203, we've already resolved that we're going to, that will be incorporated as part of the overall gap analysis report. And if Ocean Community wants a briefing by Jorg, I'm sure he'd be happy to give it. Okay.
No. Sorry, the last one origin is with the global stocktake strategy of CEOS. And it, I remember that we had in 22, we had the workshop and we decided not to mix the ocean with the atmosphere and the land PCVs, and that we should concentrate first on the atmosphere and the land surface, and then that we go in a second step or a step afterwards to the ocean community. So we don't have any activity in that direction.
Okay, so we just close this and delete it for now.
Albert, if I remember, we did look at the ocean variables like ocean color during that workshop. I wasn't in person, but I was participating online, and I remember I was kind of assigned to the ocean color variable team. And I think I was working with Berlin and someone else from either ESA or UMass. I don't recall the participant name, but ocean color was one of the variables.
Yeah, but then you have also ocean surface vector winds and so on, and all this.
We only look at one variable, but that's part one of. We can't look at all the variables that are related to the, the aquatic carbon. But that's one variable.
Yeah. But the region was here, the CEOS global stocktake strategy, and we split. We said, well, first we look on this in the direction greenhouse gas task team and AFOLU, and later we concentrate us also on the ocean community, because they are also starting now with a strategy related to aquatic carbon.
Okay, so what I'd like to do then
clarify together with it
is we've done some ocean carbon stuff that will be in the gap analysis report, and so let's close this one and
I
to
can
the overall
confirm. So
plan.
ocean color is in the current gap analysis report, among a couple of other ocean variables, by the way. No, there's also SST, sea surface salinity, sea level, sea state, ocean surface heat flux. So this is from the gap analysis before, and then we added ocean color in this workshop.
I think there's a lot of other ocean variables. Can you actually hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
That's Susanna.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, hey.
Hello. Sorry. Eventually, we solved the problem. Anyway, I'm just saying that we are actually also releasing a open call for new ECB variables, and if there are real gaps in whatever we do at the moment, then we are very happy to cover them from an R&D pre-operational development. So if you can let me know these things, then it's very valuable to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. We can do that. Okay. I'm being told that we're tight on, or we're over time. Oh, sorry.
She's supposed to go.
Okay. That was the hardest page. So I'm going to try and move very, very quickly through this next page or two. First of all, notice on the left-hand side, the numbers of these are no longer climate. CMRS represents climate ones. So now I'm talking about other ones where we're not the primary working group or virtual constellation handling it. We're a contributor. First one I want to talk to is the CARB 2002, integrate the carbon cycle interface between CEOS and UNFCCC. Mark Dowell put this in. It's a fairly lengthy one if you were to open it up in the work plan. From my perspective, the SIT chair team, JAXA, has really sort of taken the reins on this integration with UNFCCC. In fact, we're going to hear a little bit about that tomorrow with Mark and Wendy talking about the climate policy interaction things. So my suggestion would be to adjust more the description of this one, leave the title the same, but more it's a description saying sit chair would be the logical lead for this. But also acknowledge now that we have the G3W, WMO G3W, that was not there when this was put forth, I don't think. And particularly incorporate the greenhouse gas task team at a greater level to handle that. I think effectively that's what's happening is the task team is our primary interface to both WMO and UNFCCC on carbon. Any thoughts on those changes? Okay, I will put that in
Sorry, can I just say, I'm not entirely sure that your slide slate changed on sort of online.
It should say there should be two rectangles. The top one should be smaller than the bottom one. On the left side, it would say prior contributor role modify.
Yes, but
Thumbs up from
sorry.
people
Yeah,
when
well, maybe it's just my my bandwidth here at for Wi-Fi. I don't know. Okay, please carry on. Sorry.
The next table on the bottom, this is where we also had a contributor role. I'm suggesting a couple modifications. First one, nothing. Second one, products from oceanic observations needed to derive biogenic emissions for the MVS, such as, I don't know what co-MVS is, are considered in the greenhouse gas task team roadmap Annex C. I think that's right, but this should be really owned by the greenhouse gas task team rather than working group climate. And that should be sort of spelled out in the description. Does anybody disagree with that? Okay, let's move that happen. 2204. This is more of an update. So we have now gone past the first global stock take, I think successfully largely. Oops, sorry. Whereas now we don't have actions to support the global stock take, but we can do some analyses of what happened and sort of catch our breath and look for lessons learned. So this is now trying to say, let's do a post-mortem on the first global stock take and get those lessons learned in there. And I believe the global stock take ad hoc group for the synthesis report on observations, I believe that is done and no longer relevant. Is that right, Albrecht?
And the synthesis report had been delivered to UNFCCC in 2023. And with that, everything is done. And then it needs also to, we need a connection to UNFCCC, how it goes forward for the next global stock take. By the way, all this GST, these GST action items, this is one-to-one the global stock take strategy actions. This 9.
I think can I also say that on the global stock take, we haven't actually seen a lessons learned. You know, obviously there is the transparency network, but we actually haven't seen a sort of compilation of you know, what is the outcome? What is the outcome of the global stock take? Well, we know that because, you know, it was published in September last year in the technical document, which was very much based on IPCC. But I think we do need to do lessons learned on the transparency network. And I think that is something that maybe Working Group Climate could take on as well to advise on.
Okay.
I think that's part of the climate policy impact session at the CIT technical at CIT 39 in 2 weeks in Japan. So that session will touch on the lessons learned and how we can build the to enhance the uptake of the Earth observation data sets with the global stock take, and how to work with the you know, external stakeholders, for example, UNFCCC and IPCC, how to work with IPCC to to put Earth observation into the, the inventory guideline updates. So I think that will be discussed at the SIT technical work. Sorry, I keep saying SIT technical workshop, SIT 39. So that's the idea, but I do agree that we working group on climate probably be the best place, or certainly be the focal points on this to lead on some of these lessons learned and how to use the lessons learned to adjust our approaches and strategies to engage in the next round of the global stocktake.
Okay. Does anybody go ahead?
Absolutely, and I think we need to discuss what the lessons learned are from the first global stocktake, because there's different countries reporting on in different ways, and I think it also means that we need to summarize what the outcome is of this global stocktake. And I personally haven't seen a conclusive report on this one at all.
Okay, I think we largely agree. Osamu, I see you have your hand up. Why don't you go first?
Yeah, just maybe Wen-Ying already mentioned everything. What is going to be happened for coming SIT meeting in Tokyo? Yeah, we definitely have lessons learned for the first global stocktake. We have invited talk from the IGES, which we have corporate, and they have some sort of a consistent report what's happening, not just only for the Earth observation impact to the global stocktake, but entire process, what's happening for the global stocktake, number one, and see what's happened, impact have happened for the Earth observation, and then recommendation towards global stocktake number two. So this is food for this discussion for the SIT meeting in Tokyo. And then we have a Mark 12 report, and then what we have discussed, we need to prepare for the global stocktake number two, and maybe more entire climate change, climate monitoring in discussions, so on and so forth. So that is a coming climate policy impact session in the SIT meeting in Tokyo. So thank you.
Thank you. How should we lead this then as a work plan action, particularly involving working group climate? As Susanna and Wen-Ying just said, there probably is a role for us, maybe more at a more granular level than what's going to be handled in SIT 39. Has somebody already, Osama, back to you, have the lessons learned already been put together and the recommendations for the second stocktake been formulated? Will that be presented at SIT 39, or is that work for us to do to help that?
Yeah,
I think it's actually probably more important to actually come up with some lessons learned from, I mean, obviously we in this working group climate are representing only one type of reporter, let's say. So I think we need to actually, maybe it's a new task for working group climate to basically say what is lessons learned from the first global stocktake. Because I mean, we are representing obviously developed countries in some way. So we need to also think about, all the different countries that are actually reporting towards the global stocktake. So isn't that something that we could take on as a lessons learned thing?
Okay. Vincent Henri's has his hand up for a while. So Vincent Henri.
Yes, so I fully agree. So first there will be this discussion at SIT 39 for sure. I'm not sure that the best way to frame the exercise is a lessons learned, because the first global stocktake was the first, and it was pretty much disappointing from my point of view if you look at the ambition of the Paris Treaty. So I think there is a lesson learned element, because it was all it has incorporated lots of inputs with very limited quality control and consistency check and things. So if we do only lessons learned, I think we miss a little bit the point, which is also to influence the next one, because the next one should already, the first one, there was an excuse that it was the first one, but for the next one, I think we should do more than the lesson learned, and also try to think in the context of new initiative like G3W, what would be the component that our community can bring to the countries to do a more coordinated job, and something that is a bit more meaningful. So if you get back to the Paris Agreement, I don't think the 2023 GST responded. It ticked a box, but I think it was far from the ambition. So maybe we have a role to play. So I don't know if it's a working group climate or CEOS in general, but certainly that's a very interesting work that probably collectively we could do.
So I'm going to make an executive call now. I think there's been a lot of great input. We could probably talk for another hour on this one. Let's draw this one to a close. Let's work it sort of as homework. I'll continue the conversations and come back to this on day 3 and figure out what this should look like. Osama, I'll also be communicating with you on this by email, so we can try and figure out what the next step forward is. Last one I want to talk to is the very bottom there, 2210. Ongoing use of the ECB inventory and related analyses to address climate data record requirements. I think this is sort of part and parcel to the whole reason we have a working group climate. So we either delete this or just make it recurring, as we've talked about for the other ones, with no date. It's just part of what we do as a service to CEOS. Does anybody have any opinions on that one way or the other? Yes.
So how do you mean one way or the other? You mean we want to discuss it or we don't want to discuss it? Or...
Well, we should either make it recurring because it's almost in our terms of reference that this is our job, or we just delete it and say, this is our job. Jorg, I'm going to offer you the microphone because you probably have thoughts on this one.
Yes, I would delete it because it has no clear deliverable.
Yeah,
it's just ongoing use is something. Do we want to ask people if they use it or not? I don't know, but I would remove it. I think it is the remit of the working group climate if we say we do more specific analysis, the carbon related variables, and talk with GCOS about how to formulate better ECVs that address the applications in this area and build requirements if needed or needs, that would be more useful. But I think this is just normal work that we anyway do with GCOS on their implementation plans and so on. So this is a better route, but I don't know who we want to brief on, please use it, please use it. Either it's good enough to be used or it is not of use and the people wouldn't tell us anyway. So in that sense, I would delete.
That sounds good. Got it.
Just a comment to all these GST numbers. These are the action items we have from the global stocktake strategy of CEOS. And that's why we have this 10 action items there. There were 9 action items in this global stocktake paper, and the number 1, GST 22 CO1, is just that the SIT chair is the lead over these action items. And if we remove this, I think it's something which is in context to this strategy paper. We can advocate to remove it, but if you look on the text, it's not only the table, but you look on the text around it, then it's just dedicated to this global stocktake paper.
Okay, thanks. I didn't appreciate this. You're talking about the Stephen Briggs kind of formulated.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair point. But I stand with what Jorg said. I think Briggs or without Briggs, we should just delete this now. Okay, moving on. I already, why is this twice? Oh, the very bottom part though, then turn all beautifully green there. These are some proposals I came up with that are completely new. So I'm offering these up. Number 1, update and align our working group climate web instances. The gentleman to my right and I have talked about this a few times, and I think that's part of what he's going to be working on. Kyle, I'm talking about. Just a quick background. At some point, we realized that these are all saying different things. They're out of date, obsolete, and things like that. So does anybody disagree with having a work plan element to update our internet presence, web presence? Okay. Number 2, update the ECB inventory content. So I'm going to be talking about 2 things, content and structure. So this is about the content, update that content with a roughly, is it 45 or 50? Do you recall? CCI records?
I don't know. It's not only CCI. There were also some C3S, and
Okay.
it's a pile of around 50 that could not be incorporated. But yeah,
We,
The,
go ahead.
one thing that Jeff, I propose not putting specific names in there, just the climate data records rather than CC or C3S. We don't need to label the, the origin of the data records. Yeah.
That's
say
fine.
50.
Yep. Does anybody disagree with this? Is that date about right? We can have this done by Christmas?
How does it concur to the usually update of the ECV inventory?
Not quite sure what usual is, but I think
Yeah,
this is
no, what I mean is you have the opportunity to go to Alexander. Jörg, you might correct me, and you may ask, okay, here are new climate data records, and I want to have them in your ECV inventory as a proposal, for example. So
Jörg,
what
why don't you answer this one for you, Albert?
Yeah, I can answer that. So Albrecht, so you two things. UMITS had always paid a support contract for doing this. The support contract ended in March last year.
Yeah.
So at that end, the 50 data sets were remaining. The support contract is still in renewal. So we have a 1-year gap in that. That's why there are these about 50 records remained, which couldn't be finished. So that's why they will be incorporated. So that's number one. Number two is, I will repeat that later in the afternoon. Last working group climate meeting in Tokyo, we have also decided on a new way how we populate that. And then it will be a continuous business to update with at least one publication of the inventory per year, but that's a continuous action anyway. No? So the question is, we can keep this to just work the backlog, basically. No?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
the first one is the backlog, and the second one is the backlog, and the third one is the update with respect of the architecture we had discussed during our Tokyo meeting.
That's 2403. That's the next.
Yeah, the third one, the 2403, is a complete new software architecture for the whole inventory.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
For that, you should change the deadline to September.
Of what year?
Oh, you have it in 25. No, then it's fine. Then leave it to 25.
I
Is
just
okay.
have it.
Yeah, that should be done earlier. I thought it was.
So 24 and 02 and 03, you're okay with Jörg? Okay. Next 2404, develop and produce the COP side event. This is completely new. You've heard us talk a little bit about it before. Wen-Ying and I have talked about it quite a bit, actually, of trying to put together a side event, partly doing lessons learned on Global Stocktake 1, but not just limiting ourselves to that, talking about the sort of new advantages and opportunities and challenges in space, making it sort of an outreach and educational thing. If we can get some of the COP delegates, but any participants really to join in that would be good. So I just lay that out on the table, and I put that as a 2025 because it's not completely clear we could actually get this pulled off this year. We're going to give this a go, but I just thought that would give us a little bit of extra margin. So maybe Wen-Ying, I'm going to pass to you to comment. Are you comfortable with this? Because this would be in your chairship period.
I guess I'm not entirely comfortable just because the participation for the U.S. Personnel to the COP is determined at the Department of State level. It's not at the agency level. So I had the privilege to attend last year, but I don't not know if that can be arranged this year or next year. So that's a little difficult. Maybe my future vice chair can see if UCMW might have a lot of freedom to kind of participate, maybe.
Yes, in principle.
No, but it's François-Henri, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yes, in principle, we'll be in Baku, so it's possible. I need to check the deadlines for submitting offers of sessions. Then we need to see who would be the hosting agencies to see which pavilion could host. That's something we could do for Baku or otherwise prepare for COP 30.
Yeah. And I know, Susanna, you had something?
Yeah, no, it's just to say we don't know yet what our presence there will be. We had quite a big presence in Dubai last year. Not sure that we can do that again. Well, we have to see really how our presence is going to be. Yeah, yeah.
I guess the other thing is depends on what's the venue we decide. So either on the Earth Information Day, or if it's, for example, U.S. Center has a lot of activities for the 2 weeks. So if that would be arranged at the U.S. Center, that can be sort of arranged in a way that will be, multilateral discussions on that. But that's, I think the deadline for putting to the U.S. Event will be sometime in the summer.
June, July. Yeah, it's right. July is what I've been told. So we actually have a half hour dedicated to talking through this. The question really on the table right now is, do we include this as a work plan item or do we delete it? It's hugely complicated for the reasons that Wenying talked about. So even if we have it in here, I'd sort of already assumed that, you need various permissions from state departments. There's just a lot of coordination and organization that would need to go on. And good luck. I mean, right, it's not even guaranteed with good organization that you'll get the clearances politically. So, so that's what's on the table. Do we have it as a work element or not?
I propose that we decide on this in the time segment that you have dedicated to this topic. I don't think we can, decide that at this moment.
I'm comfortable with that.
May you say something? I think the formulation completion date 2025 is quite good for this because if you're not sure whether it's ready for this year, you're open to do this next year.
Yeah.
And that's one thing. And I think then we will find also we have a good time to prepare different to think about different opportunities, where and how to present the site event.
Okay, I like where you're going with that, Albrecht, which is maybe it's not a side event, maybe it's some other event of some sort, or Earth Information Day is Wenying mentioned. So let's do what Wenying suggested. We'll defer that for the half hour where we can talk about this at length.
Okay, yeah.
And gives us all some mental time to sort of think what we'd like to see there. Okay, Jorg, if it's okay, I'll move forward because we're running a little bit late. Okay. What I propose now is that we change the agenda a little bit. I'd like maybe at the end of the day to come back to the item that you just saw, the nomination of the next vice chair. We have, oh, there he is. We have some time at the end of today to talk to that. That will get us closer to being back on schedule. And particularly we need Katarina and I think Antonio are going to be participating with Wenying in this next session. So I'd suggest we move right to that session. All right. Thank you for going through that. That was a lot of sort of tedious work. I really appreciate everybody contributing. Now I'm passing to Wenying.
I apologize first for running a little late for Katerina and Antonio, who've been waiting for this, patiently. So first, I'd like to just go through the GCOS session agenda, and I'm going to hand this first to Katerina and Antonio to give a GCOS overview on the current status and future plans, and then I'm going to I may have Philip go first because those folks in Europe, it's quite late there. So maybe Philip can go before me. I'm just going to reshuffle this agenda a little bit. And then I'll go into the GCOS IP response status and then we're going to do some discussion on the remaining activities that we still need to address in 2024. And then, we'll go into some specific topics like Vincent Henry is going to talk about the response reanalysis related actions. And Jeff's going to talk about the latent sensible heat fluxes. So without further ado, I will have Katerina and Antonio maybe give us the presentation on GCOS overview. The floor is yours, please, Katerina.
Thank you. I'm going to try to share the screen, but it says that I cannot start sharing while other participant is sharing.
Yeah, I stopped. I just stopped.
Okay.
So you probably
Sorry,
start.
I'm not very familiar with Zoom. In spite, I spend all my life on
Teams.
On something. So how do I do share? Yes, but what? No, this is not what I wanted to share.
You're sharing your document on. Yeah. How's your email?
Yes, I know. But how do I share my presentation? Should I maybe?
You can either share the window or the screen. So if you share your screen,
Okay.
so we'll see everything on
Then I will open the presentation here because I was, it's different. Just give me a second. I will put it in presenting mode. Okay, and then I will share the screen. Let's see if I get to share the screen somehow. Yes.
Something is coming. Yes.
Okay, and let's see if I can move forward here or no. Yes, I can. Okay, look, I mean, I have prepared a presentation together with Antonio that may be a little bit too long, so I will move through some slides a little bit fast because there is information with, I think a good half of you have already seen it, but Jeff has asked me, has noted that there were maybe some new people, so we sort of try to do, a fast go through the main things of GCOS here. So I guess that everyone knows that what GCOS is, and it works towards climate observations to be enhanced and sustained in the future to provide the evidence which is needed to understand and predict the climate evolution and support adaptation and underpin climate services. It promotes free and open availability of climate data and defines the essential climate variables. It monitors how well they're observed and looks for improvements. And all this is done through reviewing the system, the state of the global system every 5-6 years. Which is the GCOS status report, which is followed then by so the gaps that have been identified in the GCOS status report, and they're addressed in the GCOS implementation plan, which addresses gaps in the climate system. And finally, GCOS reports to UNFCCC and supports its Paris Agreement, and in turn, UNFCCC encourages parties and international organizations to support GCOS and to work with their implementation plan. This is a very busy slide, but it's just showing the structure of GCOS. So GCOS is a co-sponsored program, and on the left you see our co-sponsors, which are WMO, IC, UNEP, and ISC. But we have additional contributors like the EU Commission and the US State Department, mainly, and NOAA, and Germany, EUMETSAT, and then also some in-kind contributions. It is let's say, governed by a steering committee, which has three it is guided by three panels that they are the atmospheric, ocean, and terrestrial. And we are trying to connect. These panels have experts which are both in situ and satellite, and both top sea, so the atmospheric and the terrestrial panel, have now ex officio member from WG Climate, as you heard in the beginning, and this ensures a strong connection, so at least ensures that we know what we are doing. So the news here is that since October, we have a new chair of the GCOS steering committee, which is Thelma Krug, and we also have a new director since October, Nir Stav. This is Nir is the director of GCOS, but also of the infrastructure department of WMO. And since January now, we have also a new Secretary General of WMO, which is Professor Celeste Sauro. So you can imagine that there have been many, many changes, and they're still occurring, these changes. These transitions are always quite, you know, not too difficult, but it takes time to get used to new things. So just to point out to people who are not familiar with GCOS that we don't make observations ourselves, but GCOS is a system of systems. So we coordinate and we cooperate with observations from a wide range of organizations, from satellite to in situ, national and regional bodies and research institutes. So this is just and finally, the concept that we use in all this is the essential climate variable. I mean, I'm sure that every person, even if it's not familiar with GCOS, will be familiar with the ECVs. So I will not explain what an ECV is, which anyway, it's just variables that critically contribute to the characterization of Earth systems. And GCOS defines 55 of this. Of which 37 can be measured by space. So the connection to the space agencies is quite important. Okay, this so as I said in the beginning, we do the status report every 5 years where we identify the gaps, and then every 5-6 years we publish an implementation plan that contains actions for addressing gaps and improvement the global climate observing system. Our last implementation plan was published in 2022. And together with the implementation plan, the ECV requirements for 55 ECVs were also published. And here comes the connection. Of course, WG Climate is now supporting the implementation of all the satellite relevant actions. But you will know this slide by heart. Is just to show you that there is a cycle. So there's a cycle from status reports to implementation plan, and then again to, assessing the progress or the non-progress. There are several things that come into the implementation plan, and not only the GCOS status reports. There is also IPCC reports, experts, and all this comes then to produce a status report, which, sorry, an implementation plan, which is then revised by the wider community. The comments are addressed, and then it's published by GCOS and submitted to sponsors and to UNFCCC. So this is on the left. You see all the input that we get to draft the GCOS implementation plan, and this implementation plan has identified 6 major themes under which we have aggregated the same kind of actions. And these are ensuring sustainability, filling data gaps, improving data quality, availability, and reprocessing, managing data, engaging with countries, and other emerging needs. Of all these actions, which are 32 actions, 16 are relevant to space agencies. Okay. I'm not going to go through this. It's just because I'm sure Winding will show you this when they address, but this is just to show that in each of these themes that we have, there are several actions that are related to satellite. So we have it in each themes, but not in the E theme, which is connecting to countries, which is more for us. Finally, something that there has also been discussions and interest from the Space Agency. We have updated 2 years ago the ECV, the requirements for the ECVs, and yes, which you can find there. I mean, they were reviewed 2 times, and in spite of that, we still find that sometimes we have discussions about why the requirements are what they are. So WG Climate is providing the Space Agency response to the GCOS IP actions. For the Satellite Agency, I understand that there will be a presentation, several ones from your side, so I'm not going to go through this. One thing to say is that this time we are having a much more first systematic approach, but also living. I mean, we connect. WG Climate has prepared a living document where we have access, so we can see the progress. And we have regular meetings with the chairs and with Jeff and Wenjin, where we discuss, and if they encounter difficulties, we try to connect them with work previously done by our panel, or in any case with experts. And as you know, for now, half of the actions have been roughly addressed, and then the draft was given to our panels to comment, and they have actually come back with comments. So this is a good approach. It's a much more interactive approach that we find very useful for us. So very briefly, what happened this year? So we had a GCOS panel meeting. It was a joint panel meeting, which was meant to start a little bit the cross-cutting actions that we have in the implementation plans. It was very well attended and was hosted by ECMWF. In Bonn. There were cross-panel groups. One was on the ECV rationalization, another one on ECV and climate impact drivers, earth cycles, climate data centers, and air, sea, and land air fluxes and climate indicators. This, I think, is something which is quite interesting for space agencies as well. Oops. What happened? I touched the screen, sorry. And is the ECV rationalization task team, which has been established during the joint panel meeting. So we have noticed, but everyone, I think, in the community has, and we are responding a little bit from request as well, that there are currently 55 ECVs and several, like 200, really several products. And there are some inconsistencies, like ECVs that measure similar properties but in different domains, and inconsistency the way the ECVs and ECV products are understood by the three panels. There's not a good governance about how a variable it becomes an ECV, or a quantity becomes. Okay, now they're not called products anymore, they're called quantity with the new task team. But anyway, how a product becomes a product. So there is a task team which now is working on rationalizing this ECVs, and then coming up with a better list and better defined process about how to become an ECV and so on. So far, the task team is the members are members of the panels, of the three panels, and there are some external experts from ESA, from C3S, and okay, there are also in the panel satellite experts as well. However, after this first, we know that this is quite an important and sensitive topic. So after the first proposal from the task team, this will go out to for public review, and to see, we will then, let's say, we have kept it a little bit inside, otherwise it was too difficult, but it will then be shared with communities, and for sure with the satellite communities, to get input. And maybe also a workshop will be organized, but this will be decided at next meeting of this task team, which is at the end of May. Another topic that we have been working a lot this year are the reference networks. As you know, Albert is part of this GSRN. We are supporting the GSRN task team, which is now in the phase of the implementation of a pilot GECO surface reference network. We hope by the end of the year to have the first data stream. And then we provide generally support to the GECOS networks. This is, in the pilot phase of this GSRN, we have selected 17 stations, and we will start working with this. So this is now the fun. We're starting working with the stations to implement this. Finally, there are some other activities. We're working on climate data centers to define the requirements of a global climate data center. We are still working on Earth cycles. We had a workshop in 2023 with WCRP. We're working on air, sea, land, air fluxes with great difficulties, I have to say, to find a way to move forward. And then we are engaging with national coordinators and so on. We did work on the tiered network. We had a representative from UMETSAT there and participated to many events. And last, I think we moved forward with the GCOS climate monitoring principles. They have been updated. The reason for updating is that they were very old and they still were divided in two sections, one for in situ and one for satellite observations, and now they have been merged, not to make this distinction, even though some sentences, if needed, are left there. We have sent it to Jeff and Wenjin in November, I think, or December. And now is being included in the manual in the WIGOS manual, and it will be presented at INFCOM 3. And this is a little bit a snapshot of our plans. So we plan to, I don't know, to have our next GCOS IP in 2028, so you can relax for a little bit, and we can relax as well. But we have, this is, yeah. So that was it. So if you have any questions, if it was not too fast.
So Jörg have a question.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks, Katharina, for that overview. I think it's very much appreciated that you do this consolidation on the ECVs. I would just suggest that the Working Group Climate may has a chance for review before you go to a public review of that, because it has so many consequences in terms of the ECV inventory technically maybe, and so, and the people in this team need to consider that, and I think we should make it working before we put it into public review, so it should be more robust probably.
Yes, yeah, we will, as I told you, but we will take into consideration absolutely this proposition. Nothing has been decided yet in terms of how we will move outside, let's say, because they are expecting to meet in person in May, and then I will give them this comment, and for sure they will take into account this. And first of all, the panels will have to review things. And in our panels, we have representative of WG Climate. So we will start a little bit having also a little bit of feedback there.
And I'm also pretty happy that you have the status report on the GCOS IP in 27 and 26, because I heard a talk last week by Sabrina Speich, and there it was July 25 and July 26.
No.
You show is correct, because that is really good.
No, and also look, we will consider, so don't quote me of that in that, even though it's recorded. So, okay. The GCOS IP in 2028, we have to see if we are going to do a brand new IP, or we're going to look at the status and see if there are actions that still need, to be, and then it will just be an update considering new topics, but also carrying over, because I think there's a lot of good stuff in it, and it's a pity just to, every 5 years to throw out everything and start all over.
So, Darren, do you have a question? Anybody else have a question? Did you see that? You have a question? I think you.
Wenjin, come closer to the microphone.
Okay, sorry. So anybody else have a question?
No, I was just saying Darren's our one of our panel members who is on the Venn diagram overlaps and can help push what Jörg was asking into the panels.
Yeah, no, but I will report this comment from Jörg, and
So shall we break for now and come back? So, and Philip can present on the actions that we collaborated with the working group on calibration validation. I know we're way behind schedule. I haven't even gave any presentations on the activities on the GCOS IP response. So I don't know what you want to do.
So
Jeff.
what, that sounds good. As soon as we see Kyle. Okay, can't, I'm not an owl. I can't turn my head around like that. That sounds good. So let's break. I think that's a logical time. The vice chair nomination, I've moved that to the end of the day, rather than having the templates discussion, which there are a lot of reasons why we didn't need to do that as a group today. So we'll move the vice chair nomination down to 4:15 if anybody's keeping track of the agenda. And that sort of frees us some time up. Okay, with that, people online, let's meet again in 15 minutes. So what would that?
11:10 will be 17:10. I mean 18:10 at the Central European Time.
You're all gonna have to figure out.
Sorry, Albrecht, could we do decision items, before everybody in Europe goes totally to bed? Would that be possible?
For the vice chair?
It's a decision item, yes.
For example, or all of these decisions, could we do that a little bit early in the day, so that everybody who's in Europe could actually take part in it? Yeah.
Yeah, decisions going on all day.
Yeah. Well, obviously, it wasn't the most fortuitous date to choose.
So specifically, what are you asking about the vice chair, or like, I mean, we
No,
have
no,
lots of stuff going
it's just, if there's some decision on the agenda or discussion that needs a decision, it would be really good if you could do that earlier in your day, so that people from, for example, Europe could take
right.
place.
We're already into the meeting, and it's a little bit hard to make adjustments of that magnitude. Probably. Do you have decisions, Wenying?
So I don't have any decisions per se, but I certainly, because the GCOS IP response is sort of all hands on deck, so we'll need a lot of support from, every member. So, I will, just like what we did in Japan, so I'll probably go through what's the actions that we still need to address, and then we'll probably see, which agencies can take the lead on that, and then which agencies can be, play supporting roles on that. So that will be somehow, that's not really a decision, but it certainly will be good to have you on to see, like which one that the ESA will be able to kind of help to address in, in 2024.
Jorg, how about you? Do you have decisional things as part of your work today?
No, not really as a decision that you would forward to anybody upwards, but it's only distribution of work. But I think if people they need to sleep in Europe, and that's where I think Osama said goodbye already, so for good reason. I think we would just try to put some people in those who we think can do the work, and then they can protest next day. So it's not a big deal to do that, I think. So it's not a big decision like a nomination. So
okay.
Yeah, but you can,
as
Jeff, you
I
can
said,
put the
it would be nice,
nomination on.
for things that we need to decide on. It would be lovely to, be able to do it in any time zone. It's not just mine. Yeah.
Right. Well, there's no, there's no
maybe
optimal time zone here. There's always somebody who's going to be
off,
put out a little bit by these things. So the only thing I can think of then, based on what Jorg and Wenying just said, is the vice chair nomination. So do you want to go through and have that announcement now and voting?
Or you can do this on the last day, because there's enough.
We could put it to the last day as well. There's one nomination only. There was a window for nominations. We received one, so we're going to vote, but it's a little bit pro forma at this point.
Look, it's not just the nomination. It's also other discussions like GCOS plans or stuff like this. I mean, obviously we're all in different time zones. Maybe it would be nice to just accommodate the things where there is a decision needed. Yeah.
We've done the best we can. I don't know what to say
Thank
at
you.
this point. I'm quite
Perfect.
happy. I'll talk to Vincent Lorraine and we'll talk about possibly moving the nomination to day 3 or just go ahead with it. Or tomorrow morning first thing like this.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Susanna, we'll I guess we'll break for now and then we'll kind of put our heads together, see what's the best we can rearrange the agenda.
Sure. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person, but there were some pre-booked things that I couldn't shift. Yeah.
So Susanna, just for today, since we're going to move on to the GCOS IP discussion.
Of course, yeah.
How long will you be able to stay on? I don't want to keep you on forever, but are you planning on staying on for like drop off now?
No, it's fine. It's fine for me for a couple of hours. I'm just saying, everybody is around the world, so maybe keep the decision items or decisions, the major discussions items to the times where everybody can be around. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that comment. So let's break for now, and then we'll come back maybe 11:15 now, since we're a little late. 11:15.
Yes, let's do that. I think we all can
11:15
use a
now,
break.
BC Central European Time, 18:15. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Hey, we have Chris here. Chris Kumaro from CSU.
Welcome back. So we're going to start the session now. So since we're a little bit behind schedules, to respect the time of Philip, and we'll go straight to the, we'll skip mine presentation, sort of the overview of the space agency response to the GCOS IP. But we'll go straight to the carve-out related actions for now. And then maybe I will do the presentation and then go from there. So Philip, are you online?
I am online. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. If you want to share your slides, and we can start now. Thank you.
Mince, it looks like that I'm not capable to share because I am on the web.
You can send it to me, Philip.
It's a big file. You have the.
Oh, I can share. I think you sent it to me before.
I send you the PDF. Yes, maybe you can share it, or you will not miss a lot. Huh? You can do it.
Yes, I'm pulling up the file at the moment.
Because apparently when you are on the web, you cannot share the. Okay, I can see it. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the work related to CalVal by the CEOS working group on CalVal, and I will try also to see how we can respond or go in the direction, let's say, to respond to some of the recommendation from the ICOS implementation plan. Okay, so next one. And yeah. Yeah, next one, if you can. I don't see, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to be very, very quick on this presentation. Don't be too much afraid by the size of the presentation. I will be very quick. You will have the presentation for you, and it just I will give some slides for illustration, but I will be very quick. But just to say that, as you may know, the mission of the CEOS working group on CalVal is to ensure the long-term confidence in the accuracy and quality of Earth observation data and provide a forum for exchanging information on calibration, validation. And having said that, so what does it mean? It means that through WGCV, through coordination, agencies coordinating through WGCV, we provide what we call reference, we provide methods and protocols, we provide tools, and we provide expertise. And all this in support of calibration, validation, in order to increase the confidence in the measurement, in order to facilitate harmonization and to ensure fitness for purpose. And this is, we do this kind of support to support the agencies, the missions, of course, but also, and recently we have seen it, it's quite very relevant and very efficient to support, for example, the new space where the CalVal can be less developed, or to support also some thematic groups within CEOS, like climate, this group, for example, biodiversity, etc. So we also there also to in support of our group within the CEOS. So next one. So in the next one, so you missed the animation basically, but in this slide, just I wanted I repeat where we provide tools, we provide methods, we provide sometimes support to network, instrumented site, etc. And all of the things goes together. We provide also forum for discussing CalVal, like JC, like VH Roda. We provide tools, etc. And all these elements fit together to provide a coherent and comprehensive system for CalVal, basically, with the ultimate goal, again, to facilitate sensor-to-sensor interoperability and to increase the reliability of data, including for new space. But for climate, it's even more important. Next one. So, and here I will go very quick. I just give some example of what CEOS WGCV is doing, is providing. For example, we provide a reference, network reference for radiometry, where we, through a network of instrumented site, we provide top of atmosphere radiances, coordinated with a common quality control with uncertainty associated. So it's called RadCalNet. So it's a joint effort between NASA, NPL in the UK, China, CNES, etc. So it's today we have 5 instrumented sites that run in a network, again, that provide a continuous top of atmosphere radiances, very well characterized and controlled, to support, again, the calibration or the validation of missions. And this is particularly relevant for new space, again, where they don't have necessarily calibration facility on board, so they can rely on this kind of service to calibrate their mission. Next one. So this is the type of measurement or result that comes out of the network, where we can compare various sensors and through a system traceable with uncertainty, again, uncertainty traceable to SI system. And we can compare the mission, and we can intercalibrate if necessary or validate in other cases. So basically, RadCalNet provide a fiducial reference measurement, again, that is particularly relevant for a mission which don't have calibration on board. Next one. We can be very quick. So this is the site today that is running within the network. We have one site in US, Railroad Valley Playa, one site in France, Lacro. These are the 2 historical sites. And then we have 2 sites in China and 1 site in Namibia, which was the most recent site. And there is a process to add a new site within the network. So it's a very controlled process through the WGCV. The site has to fulfill some criteria in terms of homogeneity, of atmosphere, etc. But more important also in terms of providing again characterization and uncertainty associated to the site and to the measurement. And we are in process now to add a few more sites in Australia, probably in India, maybe in Chile, another one in China again. So the network is growing. Next one. So this is an example of site again in Boulder, which was the last site I did. And as I said, new site will come in Australia and India. Next one. The number of users is also increasing. This is quite nice. We see a drop in the number of users due to the introduction in Europe of the data protection. But again, despite this drop, the number of users are continuously growing. And this is a kind of sign of success. And again, I repeat, this is quite also important, well, at least for us. This network is used in operation by some of the missions to provide their calibration measurement. Next one. So this is a paper that you can check to have all the information related to RadConnect. Next one. Another way of reporting reference site, and this time more related to product validation and in particular land product validation. So this is the CEOS land validation site managed by the CEOS WGCV land product validation. So we have defined a number of sites as LPV super site that provide information again on various vegetation information. So there is a large number again of site and type of product that were identified, and we'll come back probably to that later again. But this group in particular, and probably this type of reference site can be extremely relevant for climate because some of the ECV are also managed by LPV, where we provide the protocol and associated measurement, let's say, that can be extremely relevant for some of the ECV in particular. And again, there is an evolution toward, again, land surface temperature and hyperspectral that is coming very, very strongly in the next years. Next one. Similarly to RadConnect, we also, CEOS WGCV, provide a reference network for SAR, a number of natural target, active, passive target, active, artificial target for multi bands, for various band, P band, P band, sorry, S band, no, C band, L band, etc. So it's following the philosophy of RadConnect. It's a coordinated network, well characterized, well documented, and this activity started with the CEOS WGCV SAR subgroup 1 or 2 years ago, and again that will help, let's say, the calibration of various missions, including, again, I repeat, new space in the domain of the SAR domain. Next one. Then WGCV provides also references in terms of geometry or image quality. For example, there is a subgroup within the IVOS that provide references related to MTF. Again, this is maybe more for high resolution optical sensor, but we have all the references within the CAVAL portal that can be used to validate or to improve the MTF of various missions. Next one. Provide also references within the GHG type of sensors. There is a portal that is accessible through the CEOS CAVAL portal that give information on various products, on the methodology used for vicarious calibration for various size, footprint, etc., where you have all the information related to the joint campaign for CAVAL, like surface albedo, radio sound data, CH4, etc., etc. So it's a source, let's say, of information used for CAVAL in the domain of GHG sensor. This is run mainly by JAXA, led by JAXA, and all the information are available in the CEOS CAVAL portal. Next one. So we provide, so also there was an animation, sorry for that, you cannot see, but we also provide related mainly to the methodology to perform calibration or validation, reference methodology, again, like deep convective cloud, relay, glint, pseudo-invariance calibration site, so the famous peaks, with all the information related to the characterization of the site, etc. So again, the WGCV, we provide references and methods that are used, let's say, to perform CalVal. Next one. In terms of reference, also in coordination with G6, and we provide a reference related to solar spectrum that has been adopted by CEOS and G6 recently, the thesis, but are being used now by most of the agencies again. We provide again, and this part, so this slide is also quite relevant for WG Climate. We provide method and protocols, and in particular, I repeat the land product validation group is quite active in that, and provide a large number of approaches, protocol for CalVal related to vegetation parameter again, that are quite relevant also for ECV, and because most of them are ECV, LST, soil moisture, LIE, biomass, etc., but also ocean color, SST, etc. So CEOS also is a place where we agree on best practices and on protocol to perform the best validation possible. Next one. The last protocol that is being developed by WGCV, again, under the umbrella of the WGCV, that will be extremely relevant for a mission, also relevant for climate, which is Earthcare in particular. It's a protocol on cloud aerosol profile validation that started. It's a large international activities, and the best practice for the validation of aerosol, cloud, and precipitation profile has been drafted and is under revision now, and it will be endorsed very likely by WGCV in the very near future. And I think we are talking, in the very, very near future. Next one. We provide also WGCV a framework to perform intercomparison exercise in various domains in order to better understand the algorithm or to improve the algorithm. So far, we have done intercomparison exercise related to atmospheric correction, cloud masking, DEM, biomass retrieval intercomparison, surface reflectance intercomparison related to sea surface temperature or land surface temperature measurement, ocean color or greenhouse gases product. So CEOS provide this kind of intercomparison, but again, that help to better understand the algorithm used for in the various domain and in the various missions. Next one. So in terms of evolution, and this is very relevant to GCOS and to climate, because it responds directly to one of the points that was in the implementation plan of GCOS. The evolution, WGCV evolution. So we are going toward the fiducial reference measurement from space. So fiducial reference measurement provided directly from space with SI traceable satellite, and few of them are under development and will be launched in the near future. The first one will be Clareo, Libra in China, Truth. They all provide references very accurate that can be used for intercalibration, for reference in terms of calibration, but also for climate, of course. And this is the direction where we are going. And in WGCV, we have created a task team called CITSAT task team that was a kickoff very recently, 1 or 2 months ago, led by Nigel Fox and Yolanda Shi from NASA, in order to coordinate, harmonize, let's say, between these various CITSAT. And this is particularly, again, I repeat, relevant for climate. Next one. Yeah, this is what I just said. This evolution and this SITSAT is a direct response to this GCOS request, let's say, to establish a long-term space-based reference calibration system to enhance the quality and traceability of Earth observation. This is exactly the goal of SITSAT. And as I said, again, we have this task team that was created recently with a number of people internationally participating to this group. Next one. So in terms of communication, and here I think we can be quick also, but there is an animation. So you see the various pages of the Calval portal. We use the CEOS Calval portal to provide information related to, again, to Calval in terms of documentation, tools, some project, and Calval access, Calval data access, Calval site campaign, etc. And I think there is a number of animation that we will skip because it's a PDF format. But this Calval portal can be also very relevant to climate group, and also in response to GCOS request, because again it will provide some very good, nice, let's say, access to some of the reference site, to some of the FRM site, or to the methodology that can be again very relevant for climate and for ECV validation in particular. So Calval portal is quite a nice tool for communicating. And I will come back maybe to the Calval portal in a second. Yeah, next one.
Sorry, Philip. So we're running very much behind schedule. If you can.
Yeah. So I will go. Yeah, you can skip the next one, and I'll go very quickly to the. Yeah, you can skip this one. WGCV for climate. So basically, there was two type of action that we try to follow. There was an initial response that was provided by Matt to the GCOS implementation plan. The first one was to better align the satellite FRM program to the reference tie. Okay. The second one was to increase the number of in-situ river, etc. And the last one was to create a facility to access collocated in-situ Calval observation and satellite data for quality assurance of satellite product. So if you go to the next slide, I try to see how WGCV is responding or can respond at least partially to this type of request of action. In terms of FRM, again, WGCV can help in assessing the maturity toward FRM standards. So it's something quite important. We can support activity to improve the quality of the measurement, so toward the FRM, and we can sometimes support FRM network, as I showed before for RadCalNet in particular. So the first point is something that we have developed recently. You can go through the slide very quickly. We have developed this assessment framework basically because most of the time we have questions from people, how can I know if my measurement, Calval measurement, is of FRM quality or not? So we have developed this assessment framework, which is quite nice and quite easy, where you can see through a number of criteria the maturity, let's say, of the measurement toward the FRM. And again, that helps in improving the quality of the measurement. So next one, so we have tested this assessment framework with a number of sites. Or yeah, next one. We have tested again. It's a pilot project with Pandora Global Network, RadCalNet, ICOS. Again, ICOS was a very interesting one because we have been contacted by ICOS and saying, okay, we want to improve our quality measurement, and we want also that our measurement to be used to validate satellites. So how we can do so, we have established a close collaboration with ICOS in order to improve their measurement, and they have done this assessment, and it was really successful. FRM for DOAS, Bakunin, which is a super site for atmospheric mission, and there is few that will come. Brouillard spectrometer or HyperNet, these kind of things. And the approach is based on a maturity matrix tool and a kind of automatic tool that is provided through the Calval portal. Yeah, next one. I think you can go through this one. This is just illustration how it comes, let's say, for PGN etc. But in a very visual manner, identify also the strengths and weakness of each of the measurements. So you can skip. Next one. Next one. This is the detail, of course. It's not only color, and the color follow strict protocols, etc. But at least we have a clear synthetic visual report. This is ICOS, for example. Next one. ICOS, so this is the detailed result of ICOS, again, highlighting the strengths and weakness of each of the network. Next one. Next one, you can skip. Next one. RadCalNet. Yeah. Go ahead. Pre-DEPOM lunar assessment. Again, here we see that in terms of methodology, it's still weak, so it's still a lot of effort to be done to improve, let's say, the metrology aspect, and in particular the uncertainty characterization to be fully FRM higher class. So next one. DOAS. Next one. DOAS, okay, this is the detail. Next one. Okay, so just the previous, if you can come back to just before, if you can, one slide before. Yeah, so the previous slide was next one. Yeah, this one. So this is the list of FRM projects that are supported by CEOS. The list is not exhaustive, I have to say, but we have, under the umbrella of CEOS, again, developed a number of projects related to some of the parameters that are also ECV, in order, again, to improve the CalVal. So this somehow fulfill, and not fulfill, but provide a partial response to the requirement from GCOS implementation plan. One was on soil moisture, surface temperature, land surface temperature, sea surface temperature, ocean color, one for radar, DOAS, greenhouse gases, air quality, vegetation, and surface reflectance, FFR in particular. And again, this type of project is the basis also to support the development of network like the TIRCalNet that will, again, like RadCalNet, but will be dedicated to the thermal infrared brightness of temperature, top of atmosphere calibration or validation, same principle of RadCalNet. And it will follow, let's say, the protocol that are developed in the FRM for surface temperature project, let's say, in order to improve the quality of the thermal infrared measurement for CalVal. Next one. Network that are supported again by FRM network, so RadCalNet that I presented, SARCalNet, TIRCalNet that I just presented again, which aim again at establishing a network for LST and for brightness temperature. So the previous slide was really under the CEOS activity, and the one just before are sites that are supported but not directly under the CEOS responsibility. So this will cover the FRM, let's say, approach within the WGCV. In terms of in situ observation and water level, so at CEOS level, WGCV level, we have debated, we have discussed that. So far, the altimetry or water level is not covered very strongly within WGCV, but nevertheless, I wanted to present at least 3 projects that are somehow under the umbrella of CEOS that are relevant to this action, let's say. The first one is a street art. It's an ESA project aiming at providing protocol and procedure for FRM provision. And again, we come back to the FRM notion, so with uncertainty associated, mainly in support of Sentinel-3 mission, but not only, over sea ice, land ice, and inland water. So again, this project that started a few months ago, and that will continue for a couple of years or 3 years, aim at providing, let's say, at least information for doing better measurement in terms of in situ, again, so FRM for river and for water level. Next one. Street art, so the previous project, for example, will be quite a nice input for a project led by Australia, Aqua Watch, again, where the mission is to establish an integrated ground-to-space national water quality monitoring system. So it's an Australian project, again, based on various type of measurement. And again, it will rely on street art on the FRM project in order to provide high quality measurement, in particular, also, let's say, for river, lakes, and coastal water. Next one. The next one, so is a database built by USGS also that has been discussed within WGCV, which is also somehow kind of good contribution to this GCOS request. Next one. So the next one is the most difficult, actually. Create a facility to access collocated in situ calval observation and satellite data for quality assurance of satellite product. This is the most difficult. Just to say that already in the Caval portal, you have access to some database, again, used for validation of vegetation product, etc., ICOS, etc. But they are not necessarily match-up database, so it's only in situ or FRM, sometimes Calval measurement, but you don't have the associated satellite or the match-up with satellite. You have some database that exists today, in particular for atmospheric domain, the EVDC, which is used for atmospheric domain, which is a match-up database. Then you have plenty of match-up database within the missions, within the mission, let's say, Calval program. And we have also within WCV developed prediction tool, again, orbit tool to predict, let's say, the acquisition developed by the COVE orbit propagator or the EVDC matchup tool. So the question that and also within WGCV, we are developing a matchup database, so both in situ or FRM calval observation and satellite for radiometry quality, which is currently under the development within IVOS, in support to New Space, but not only. So this is another matchup database that is being developed. So, but you see, the matchup database are developed on a parameter basis or ad hoc basis, but the creation of one facility CEOS matchup database, it's still it's a very heavy task, still under discussion. We need to discuss with our colleague at NASA. We are running the laboratory, the CEOS laboratory. I can't remember the name of the bureau, but sorry. But it's something that is under discussion. So far, just to conclude, in terms of Calval matchup database, we have some example that are provided or by CEOS or outside of CEOS by mission. But we need to see how, if we want to create one facility, or how we can harmonize or facilitate the access of the various matchup database within CEOS. And I think that was my last slide. Next one. Yeah, that was my last slide. Just to conclude, sorry, I've been long. Sorry, I conclude just to say that so we can say WCV support activity to improve the quality measurement, again, toward the fiducial reference measurement. I will participate also in September to the WMO first bureau comité des poids et mesures STG sectorial task group on climate change and environment. So it's a WMO meeting together with Bureau des poids et mesures that will somehow discuss what you also reported in the GCOS implementation plan in terms of data quality, how we can improve the quality measurement for Calval and for climate. So there will be this workshop in September in Paris, and I will present the FRM, the WGCV activity, including the FRM framework. That was my last slide. Sorry for being a bit longer.
Thank you, Philip, for this very comprehensive presentation. I appreciate that you work on some of the requests that to help us addressing the GCOS response. And I think we have a lot of very good materials here. So I think, next steps probably can collaborate on drafting a 1 or 2 page response to the actions. since because of the we're running very behind schedules, if there's a question or one or two very quick questions, if anybody have one or two very quick questions. Anybody online? Okay, Albert, please.
Yes, I don't have a question, but I do have an observation. I was at the working group Carval meeting, Philip, and I'm now here. I see different topics which can match, but it's hard work to do so. But what I see also is that we have sometimes a very complicated approach. For example, in one, there was during the working group Carval meeting, there were a discussion about the topic about the greenhouse gas, something else, GCOS, and so we can streamline this kind of action items by doing so, identifying which entity in CEOS is for such thing responsible. For example, for this greenhouse gas, it's the greenhouse gas task team. So it's easy. They can communicate with the working group Carval, and there's no need to discuss it extra in different meetings again. So the best is the result to get from this team, because they have been implemented to coordinate on this. The other thing is I could see also, and that might be interesting, I don't know whether Katarina is in.
It's still
Yes,
on, right?
yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. There are two topics at the GCOS implementation plan. One is this FRM for satellite-based observations, FRMs, and the other one is the GSRN. And I think there are some overlaps, or not overlaps, but there could be some complementary information between these two groups. Maybe it would be good to have somebody of the working group Carval to speak with Tilman Hohlfelder, and or with you first, and how to coordinate this, because you like to have a more, I would say, streamlined answer in both action items, not in one in this and that, and some people is reading this. It would be good to have something like an exchange between this both action items.
Okay, I mean, I can contact Philip if it's okay, and we can.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and then we can.
Then with Tillman and so, and then you can see, okay, how they get this together, because you are speaking in this reference network also about references as the FRMs shall be for satellite observations. And it would be nice to have something where you look on this and see whether you have a benefit from both groups.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I mean, the GSRN is a reference network, so with traceability, uncertainty, and and we hope that in the long run can be used also as a Carval.
Yes, and it would be good to learn about both groups, learn each other, so they know, okay, how they think each other and about these topics.
Sure. I will contact you, Philip, okay?
Yeah, right. Yeah, very good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much, Albrecht, for that. And yes, we have also Matt Stevenson have provided some initial response to GCOS implementation plan along the line of the presentation I just made. So, and more or less it summarizes. And in this response in particular, as you have said, Albrecht, at the last WCV, there is also a plan or recommendation indeed to coordinate or to discuss with Groan in particular to see how we can work together. Yeah. And for GHG, I fully agree with you also. There is a number of groups, WCV, but also the atmospheric composition, virtual constellation, the GHG task team, etc., that are working together and coordinating together in order to bring, let's say, responses to this implementation plan from this perspective. Sorry.
I
And
just want to clarify.
in the aquatic area, you have also these top sea groups, which are working also on these aquatic areas. Is what might be also an interesting source.
Albert, so I just want to clarify on the greenhouse gas testing, greenhouse gas related GCOS activities. Those activities were all assigned to the greenhouse gas task
Yeah.
team. And Yashka is the lead on all those, and he worked with the team and provided all the responses. And those responses are also provided to the GCOS panels, and then
Exactly.
feedbacks, and that those are all closed as far as I know. So there's no reason that to go to other teams. So because
No, I don't want. Don't want. But I could see there was this was highlighted during the meeting and at the working group Carval 2 weeks ago, and so it's the best just to make clear. Okay, there is a clear road to the GCOS IP.
there's a clear what? Sorry.
Road, path.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So I think, is there any other questions? All right, let's thank you very much, Philip, for presenting, and appreciate that. Thank you. See you in Tokyo.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so now I will present the. Oh, I think I will skip most of the slides. I just gonna go with the status first. So I think I mentioned, I guess I will put this closer to me. So I mentioned earlier that we have completed the 21 activities in 2023, and those responses being reviewed by the GCOS panels, and we have some feedbacks for some of the activities, and then we were able to address all but one for all those feedbacks. The one that we probably need to go back and do the second round is the permafrost extent activity. So I think the feedback we got, basically thinking that we probably took it to the wrong approach to address this. So that's so in 2024, the probably 29 remaining activities, because the B 3.5 will be we have to readdress that one. So I guess the approach we took in 2023, so we took I guess we tackled the low-hanging fruits. So those are, we feel that we have the expertise, first of all, within the group to address. And second, all those are generally not as complicated to address. So that's all the remaining activities are actually quite, some of them are quite difficult and cross-cutting. One of the activities that Philip just addressed is like how you creating the co-location between the in-situ and satellite observation. So you can probably go with this for many aspects. So that's just one example of all those remaining activities that are, some of them are probably fairly complicated to address. And we'll look forward to work with the group and also with the GCOS secretariat panels to sort of deliberate and then iterate and then see how we can address some of those questions. So, and we also start the conversation with the land surface imaging virtual constellation on some of the land-related activities. So I'm very grateful that the USGS colleagues are here. And I also had conversations, email exchanges, and to see how we can utilize the expertise in the land domain to help us addressing some of those activities. And we just heard from the working group on CAVAL and to address some of those fiducial reference measurement standards and how the in-situ river measurements on that aspect. And then there are like F3 is on the coastal and the activities. So, and it happens that CEOS recently established the Coast Virtual Constellation. So we've been in conversation with the Coast Virtual Constellation to formulate some of the responses. So that's sort of the status. So I do want to say a few words on the approaches. So I think Katerina mentioned that we have basically bi-monthly meetings with the GCOS secretary, so work very close with them. So some of the, if we, for some activities, if we have any questions, so we can basic address to them. And for every activities, we also know who the GCOS repertoires are, and we can, respond to them, send our questions to them, and also we were able to get some clarification from them. So that's how the kind of process works. It's a Word doc, is a Google Doc, so everybody is invited to collaborate on that. So this way that we can all kind of work together, be a collaborative environment to work on the response. So typically what we do in the last round is one member will be sort of leading one activity with some co-writer from other agencies. So typically we have like 3 person assigned to a one activities. This way that we can collaboratively to get inputs from different space agencies on their current status and future plans. And then, the lead job is to sort of synthesize the inputs from different agencies. This way that we can provide a collective a response on behalf of all the space agencies. So this way that we'll have a very comprehensive overview of the space agency's status and plan to address some of this, for example, the sustainability issues or the gap issues. So I think I'm not going to skip all these activities that we already addressed in 2023, or just jump into the activities that we need to work on in this year. So this is all that we have addressed. So I think the plan is we're going to put all this slides online, so you can maybe take a look later on of all those activities that we already closed. And also most of you, maybe not the USGS colleagues and maybe not you, Garrett, have access to the Google Doc. So that's where we have all this response in there. And I will put that in the chat after this, after my presentation, that Google link. And then you can, if you don't have permission, but I will certainly grant you the permission to view that documentation. And the GSUB colleagues probably don't have the access either. But so this way that you can take a look of all these activities that you already have, all those activities that we already addressed, and also the new ones. And then we can just work on that collaboratively. So I'm now going to transition to all the new activities that we have to address in 2023. So this is the remaining activities. Okay, no, there's 29, York, and all assigned to you. Just joking, so don't worry. So the first one is B3, is the new Earth observing satellite missions to fill gaps in the observing system. First one is the ocean surface currents from space. And this is sort of the one in I don't know if you guys can see, that might be not the best color choice for this. So that's the new, the B3. So not ocean surface currents from space. So I don't know. So we generally lack of the expertise in ocean observation. So I don't know who can, take this on.
It would be good if we would know from GCOS. So this probably comes from the ocean panel, I guess.
Yes.
If the ocean panel had, by writing that, some idea, if people are actually thinking about a new measurement concept, or if this is just like pure scientific curiosity and tasking space agencies to think about, then it would be rather a process of whatever, 15 years or so to come up with something that may work. And I don't know if there is nobody in the community thinking about any measurement concept now.
There
I think
is.
it's almost
So
hardly to answer. If there is, then those people should answer.
So there is, but also that's the, so those are the GCOS panels. The OOPC, one of the OOPC members, at least if I remember correctly, has some concepts and has been proposed to space agencies to measure this. But that's all I know. So.
For sure, they have provided you with the name of the person who is, and now I cannot open the file at the same time, who is the IP rapporteurs on this, and we may go, if we may go back to him or her, and get some more details, as Jörg was asking.
We do have the name, and then that's all in the Google documentation. So this is more like, but the how we can go ahead and address this from the space agency perspective, and who can be sort of lead on this action.
My biggest concern would be how important is that compared to all the other actions on ocean? Because if this is a member of the OOPC that is submitting proposals on missions on this, I would expect from the OOPC how they rank that in importance to other ocean-related actions. Now, so do you want rather keeping continuity on whatever altimeters for the Arctic, or do you want this? Because it is, I mean, you can always apply for exploratory missions and go on and see if you can succeed in competition with this. No, but I think from the OPC, I would expect a kind of weighting factor. How important is that to be followed up by the space agency?
I'll double down on what Jörg is saying, and I think he's right. I don't think this is a working group climate action. I think this is for the VC, ocean, whatever it's called, ocean altimetry VC or oceans VC. This is about new techniques in space, and that's not our, we deal with climate data records. We're about long-term sustainment continuity. So maybe I'm throwing that question to Katarina. Is there a better, I don't know who decides who it goes to within CEOS, whether it's Wenying or Katarina or a combination of both. So where does this land?
This is from the space, the supplement for space agency. So that's probably determined by the GCOS members.
But I mean, it does belong in space. I mean, it belongs
part
to
of the ECV,
CEOS,
so.
but does it belong at working group climate? That's the question.
This I don't know. I mean, so the means for assessing progress, though, are feasibility studies addressing mission concepts. Yeah. So I don't know if there's anyone else that you can push this action to, because maybe that's not really your.
But I guess my understanding is, Working Group on Climate is supposed to address the, on behalf of the space agencies, address the GCOS IP satellite supplement. But we don't have to do everything ourselves. Like, we reach out to other VCs and working groups to help us address this. For example, the CalVal and the Coast and the LSIBC, we have trying to reach out to them to help us. So this is maybe another example that other VCs can help. But
so there's ocean surface topography and ocean surface vector winds virtual constellations. I suggest we pass this one to those two chairs and get a response back by the end of the year and put it into the answer. I mean, this is just not, we don't have expertise for good reason, because this isn't a climate record. This is a new technique to investigate a process. It's sort of like decadal survey material. And you're right, CEOS absolutely has people to work this, and we are the kind of the broker, the liaison to GCOS, but let's pass this to the right groups.
Any other
Jeff,
thoughts?
Wenjing. I do have another problem. It's like proposing a mission or a mission concept. And as I know, very often different mission concepts are in a competition, for example, decadal survey or something else. And so if we, for example, go for one of these concepts, it could be that we bias this kind of competition. And I don't know whether this is the place to do, or that we better move this, as Jeff said, to the, or you both said, we move this to the specialists who can tell us, okay, there could be a point to do.
I don't know. So I guess in a way that because those mission concept, right? I don't think we're in the position to either endorse or not endorse. So
yeah, exactly. And on the other hand, if you look, for example, in Europe, different groups are applying for a mission concept to become this and that mission, you know, and in work. And if you, for example, in such an official paper like the GCOS response, put a new mission into, you must be aware that this can be also used in such a process. And so
I agree. So I don't think we're in the position to advocate or not
yeah.
advocate certain things. So
exactly.
All right, so I think that one is sort of, I guess we decide we can't really take that on. Well, we'll have to decide how to word this. So the next one is very broad. Explore and demonstrate the feasibility of satellite missions based on new satellite technology for climate monitoring. I think this one initially when we discussed in Japan was excuse me? I did not, that's on the same slides. Okay. Yeah, so that's the
I mean, in general.
I think when we discussed
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I can see your slides, but I can't see who is talking or something. Yeah, so really sorry. Yeah.
Susanna, do you have a comment?
Well, I mean, I have a generic comment on all this. That you know, all the actions that we did in terms of GCOS need to be I don't know, alleviated. They need to be you know, negotiated in some way, because you know, obviously there's many other space agencies around the world who need to do what they need to do. So I think we need to sort of negotiate the you know, the response to whoever responded to the action.
Can you elaborate on what you mean in negotiated? Negotiate with who?
Well, I mean, you know, there were a lot of different responses to the different actions, and I think we need to negotiate the different answers to the different actions. So I think that's really what it is. Yeah.
So if I recall, some of the activities are like straightforward. For example, you know, what's the future of gravimetry measurements? What's the gap will be? What space agency is doing? Is there going to be a gap or not? Sometimes, for example, if there's no committed mission and if there's only nothing we can address, in a way that we are really not in the position to make any plans. Only thing we can do, at least in my mind, is to respond and provide the status, right?
And you know that I think that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just that I think, you know, if we want to suggest how we can help, then we need to, you know, sort of negotiate a little bit our answers.
You mean negotiate with the agency?
Yeah, and different agencies, you know, I mean, every agency has their own answer to a particular topic, and I think we need to negotiate that.
I I certainly can't do that for NASA.
I'm really sorry. I mean, I don't know why, but I can't really communicate very well at the moment. But yeah.
Susanne, yes, Jörg. I think I understand your concern, but I think whatever we answer to the GCOS IP, so the working group time is mandated to answer to that. And everything we answer needs to be consensus. So we cannot have an answer for USGS, an answer for ESA, an answer for UMETSAT, and whatever. And I think, and the rest of the answers is purely technical, because there are also things described in the GCOS actions which are, okay, just dreams. It is as the shall say that.
Well,
but in a
I do agree with that. I do agree with that.
But the
Yeah,
question
but you know, I mean, at some
last one
point,
we did, just let me
we need to agree. We need to agree.
Yes, we
Yeah,
need to agree
we need
this
to agree.
before we submit it to
We need
GCOS.
to agree on yeah, exactly.
And in the past,
Yeah.
it was put forward. So the last GCOS response we did was just one document, and that was actually endorsed by the CEOS and the CGMS plenary, so by agency heads. So they had reviewed this for about 4 weeks while we
Yes, yes, but
forward. So the question, I don't
yes,
know what
but
plan
you
is
know,
to-
I mean, this is our response from space agency. So it's not CGMS, it's not GCOS. It's, you know, it's basically saying who or what do we want to actually respond, and I think it's important. I think it's important that we actually have a concerted response to these things. And, you know, I mean, for the different actions that we have seen in the GCOS implementation, sorry, the GCOS implementation plan is not totally, how do you say it, homogeneous or something. You know, we need to talk about a homogeneous response to the you know, to the GCOS implementation plan as a space agency thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were doing that. At least on those we have submitted, because there was always multiple authors, and that should be as comprehensive as possible.
Well,
As we said, it's
well,
about
we have a lot of input to the different actions, but you know, I mean, who is actually sort of homogenizing the input to the different input?
So
And
Susanna,
that I miss.
for the first 21 activities, there is a table in that Google documentation, right? So I have a lead, I have a co-lead, and the lead's job is supposed to synthesize the inputs from multiple agencies. That's the synthesize is the job for the lead of each activity.
Hello?
So for a given activity, there's inputs from UMSF, from ESA, from NOAA, from NASA, from JAXA, from USGS. So you have like maybe 6 paragraphs, or what, you know, how each agency addressing this. most of those things are redundant because we all, because some of the things are fairly clear. For example, what's the current status? What's the future plan? Everybody is going with the same status and future plan. So I think that's how, how these inputs is put together. And the lead job is to synthesize all those inputs to come up with a code.
Look, I don't want to question the inputs, I mean, because, I mean, everybody is inputting various things, but, I mean, who is homogenizing the whole
That's
input?
what I said. The one with
that
lead
I
to
do.
homogenize that thing. So if you see this, this is how we worked up this, right? This write-up is one, for example, and the reviewer, right? So those are the people who are supposed to work on together. And then I think you delegated this to Clara, and then she did all this. So that's the job is for this, the write-up, who is actually.
But can I say, I don't know if I'm understanding Susanna correctly, you are talking about an homogenization across all the actions, right? Not within the action. So the final response, because this, when you talk about
what I'm trying to say
homogenization,
is what I'm trying. Sorry, Katharina. Just to say that obviously we tried to put input into the different actions for GCOS, but I think from a working group climate perspective, we need to sort of homogenize the input that went towards you at GCOS. And I think, well, I mean, we haven't got, for whatever reason, we have not got to the point of doing it.
So I guess, Susanna, maybe this is my ask. So if you think this is, maybe the first 21 activities, if you think there's ways we can improve how to homogenize, maybe I'm open for any suggestion, even though we already sent those to the GCOS panels, we already had feedback here. So maybe that's something that we can, revisit. And that's something, if you're willing to help to look at that. Are you talking about homogenizing the inputs for each activity from different agencies or homogenizing across different activities?
I think we need to homogenize the whole sort of input to the GCOS updated plan, because I mean NASA, JAXA, everybody was submitting their own input, but in some ways we need to sort of come up with a generalized sort of space agency feedback to that one.
That's
and
that's
we haven't done
the
that.
guideline is. We met a few times last year. So for example, different agencies provide different inputs, the many paragraphs, and then the write-up, the lead there is supposed to homogenize and synthesize and give a comprehensive response, representative of all the space agencies, not just the one particular agency's view.
Let me interject here because we're going to need to break for lunch here in just a few minutes. So I think these things are very complicated, and there's always room for improving process. I think it's very valid, Susanna, what you're saying about we could do better and improve. That said, we are a best effort organization. None of us are really getting paid to do this, and so we have to balance what's really, really good with how much time we can afford to put into these things. I think when Ying's brought forward
of course, I mean, none of us, we're all doing our, oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
I think when Ying's put together probably the best process we've ever had for this, I think we're working very closely with GCOS Secretariat, as Katerina said earlier, and I think that's better than it's ever been. And the process has been vetted, most importantly, to both the sit and plenary on this is how we're going to go through with this. Do you agree? And all the principals had a chance to say, no, I disagree, but none of them did. They all agreed to this. So I think for right now, partly for the sake of getting through this current GCOS IP, we should stick with the plan. I think you probably are bringing up some really great ideas for us to incorporate as we do sort of continuous improvement in future IPs. But I think, the horse has left the stable, if you will, on this particular one. And we should like what you're saying, but I would hesitate to stop what we're doing right now because I think it's been a vetted process and it's a good one.
No, I mean, honestly, I really understand your reasoning for all this, but as I said, I mean, we need to coordinate our response to the different actions, and we need to homogenize these things, and that's actually really where it is.
Understand we need to do this, but like I was saying that we did this 21 activities, and then here is the list of those things, and if you
of course, yeah.
Like give us some feedback, please, and then let us
No,
know.
I totally understand Wenjing. Honestly, I mean, great job done. Honestly, great job done. But we need to homogenize our response in some way, because it needs to be a response of the space agencies of around the world in some way, and we haven't done that.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch. Let's take an action to work that offline.
Nobody. Okay. Yeah.
And we'll work towards for improvements in the future. Okay. For people who are online, this will be an hour and a half. Oh, okay, yeah, but it takes us a half hour to walk back. We reconvene at 2 o'clock.
I have to say that I will sign off, but as I said, if there's any decisions to be taken, then I would appreciate if it is in the first 3 hours of those meetings.
And we'll be going into a lightning talk immediately after the lunch. So we will not have any decisions either in the lightning talk. And Jorg said he doesn't anticipate any in his presentation. So I think we're probably done with the decisions for today. There will probably be some tomorrow morning. I'll review. I've heard what you've said about that, and I will review the agenda to see if there are any adjustments we need to make to move decisional things up to the front of tomorrow. With that,
thank you, Jeff.
We can reconvene at 2 o'clock our time, an hour and a half from now, and wish you a good lunch, or for those who are signing off, a good evening, and we'll talk tomorrow. Thanks. Let's get back together. Can people online hear me? I guess so. Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed their walk over and a little bit of sunshine this morning. And very happy that 3 of our 4 lightning speakers have joined us for this afternoon session. So I'm very excited to have them here. Chris Kumaro to my right, who's going to be giving the first talk. As you can see, it's teed up there. Peter Paluski, if you can raise your hand. Peter was one of our, well, he was the one who developed our total solar irradiance and later spectral solar irradiance climate data records, and actually has a mission he's probably going to talk to us about for Earth radiation budget. And then Walt Meyer on my left. Walt has been, I actually went to grad school with Walt here at CU. That's how old Walt is, even though I know I look that way, but he doesn't. Walt is a sea ice expert and worked on sea ice concentration and then sea ice extent and even has a sea ice index. So we'll be hearing all about Arctic and polar stuff soon. Maybe polar altimetry too. We can throw that in to satisfy that target plan. Okay, without further ado then, I'm going to pass off to Chris and he's going to talk about FCDRs.
Thanks. So I was asked to talk a little bit about the fundamental climate data record that we've been doing with NCEI for quite a while. It's myself. I listed the two people other than myself who've worked on this, Wes Berg, who sort of actually is the one who started all this, but retired to go live in the mountains 10 years ago. And Japan Kuo has taken over since then. Forward that. So let me just start with a basic project, right? That started in 2012. So it's been going on for 14 years. And we started by, the initial task was develop the quality control and intercalibration procedures, right, as you would expect. We decided to start with a level 1B file, so that the base files that SSMI was sort of distributing to the community. And, you know, they have lots of issues. And the first one we actually spent quite a bit of time on was to make sure the surface registration was okay by fixing the yaw, pitch, and roll and the mount angle of the instrument. And when you say that's, you know, not all that critical for calibrated brightness temperatures, it is, because the view angle is really important. So you really need the geometry of the spacecraft as well as the altitude of the spacecraft to get everything right. So we spent a lot of time on that. Then we refined the procedures for determining antenna side lobes. In the microwave, you always get some energy from behind you, and you have to account for that. The two polarizations always talk to each other. You have to account for that. And then we used the double difference methodology with a satellite that crossed all the SSMI orbits, which was the TRIM and GPM satellites that had the same frequencies. And I will just sort of talk about what that really entails. So the double difference method really uses two satellite orbits that cross one another. And then you use the reference satellite to retrieve the geophysical parameters that correspond to their brightness temperatures. And then you use those geophysical parameters to compute what the other sensor should have seen. And then you compare what the other sensor should have seen with what it actually saw. So the panels on the right here, let's see, can you see the mouse? Yeah, you can see the mouse. So this is the observed reference, and then the target, you know, is quite a bit different because the channel might be slightly different, the view angle might be different. Then the simulated reference TB does not look exactly like the observed because no one's come up with a retrieval method yet that is so perfect that you perfectly reproduce the brightness temperatures you started with. There's always some mismatch. But then you use that, you know, to get the, you know, simulated target. And then you can see that the two differences are quite similar. And the bottom right hand panel, which is the double difference, is in fact very small. And you can see from the histogram that it's a little bit skewed to about, you know, half a degree here, but it's actually a very, you know, clean method of seeing how two satellites differ. So we did that for all the satellites. We also developed software to continuously monitor the SSMISs for sort of operational quality control. If you look at sort of daily deviations, they don't deviate all that much. So we have automated QC things in place. And then in 2016, we were done with all of that and delivered a batch of SSMI S and as well as SSMI back to 1987. So to go back, we used that same double difference. We went to the TRIM satellite that crosses all the orbits. So the only requirement here is that you do careful navigation and that you have a satellite with roughly the same frequencies that crosses all the orbit paths, right? And so the pre-SIP missions, which is why we got involved, you know, are non-sun synchronous, so they cross everybody's orbits and work pretty well. And then in the delivery, just to be sure, we sort of automatically deliver data to NCEI, but we call that the intermediate climate data record. And then every 6 months or so, we actually look at the stuff before we finalize it, just to make sure that nothing new that we weren't expecting got through. Okay, so since the original delivery, I think funding is fairly small for routine processing. So we sort of make money off that. Where we don't make money is as soon as somebody says we see something we don't like, there's a trend in a parameter, that's when we jump in and then we spend all the money that we didn't have to spend during routine processing. So it's a give and take. Every once in a while, we mutually negotiate incremental funding. For instance, when a new satellite comes on and it's not routine, or as you'll see at the end, when we have a new crazy idea that they think is worth pursuing. There were 4 SSMISs. Okay. 3 are still in operation. 1 of them died. Okay. But as I said, we just updated the calibration, and I'll also show you why we updated the calibration. Okay. There were some things we didn't like, and it turns out we were chasing the wrong thing. But we actually had to go back through the SSMISs. We actually improved the pointing a little bit. There were some scan biases, that we had to adjust. And there's some thermal heating and solar intrusions into the instrument that we had to go back and sort of fix. But I'll show you why we did that. It wasn't just because we were looking at the data and thought we could do that better. And then not yet, but there are a lot of new sensors coming in the passive microwave world. JAXA is launching an AMSR 3 with the water vapor sounding channels added. MWI is being launched by UMETSAT. And our Department of Defense is launching a WSF, the Weather Satellite Follow-On, which is not that different from WINSAT or SSMI. So these all have SSMI or SSMI-like capabilities, so I'm sure we'll add them at some point. So as I said, this stuff is not super interesting, okay, is to go through that excruciating detail of making these climate data records. But we do it because you'll see why in a second. And then there's a website at NCEI, and I just sort of put this in so you can see what all goes into it. In the documentation, it's really the algorithm description for each of the sensors. It's ever so slightly different. And then the source code is all there, right? So from this traceability point of view, you can get our code, and I'm not going to say that you can run it, but you can get the code, you can look at it line by line and see what we did. Okay. So since 1987, this is a sequence of SSMI of, let's say, all the conical imagers. Okay. To be sure, in our FCDR, we do not do the temperature sounding channels. Okay. We only do the window channels and the moisture, the water vapor channels. The agreement was not to do the temperature, and that's honestly because precip doesn't need the temperature channels. And so we said we don't know enough about them and wouldn't know if we had a mistake or not. So these are all the SSMIs. There's a few. You see the bright green here is a trim. That's non-sun synchronous, so it intersects everybody that flies with it. And then again, you see a GPM, GMI in the purple down here. And again, that intersects everybody else. Okay. SSMI DMS BF19 died. There's also some AMSR-Es in the light blue and an AMSR-2 in the purple that are the JAXA contributions to this. So this is the sort of thing why we pay attention. Okay. This was a water vapor sea flux product evaporation that uses these satellites. And so when Caroline Clason said, we have these trends, the latent heat flux is increasing between 1998 and 2008 by 4 watts per meter squared. And we don't think that's right. We would see that in the precip as well, and we didn't. We say, oops, is there something wrong with the SSMI, SSMIS? Right. Same thing here. We did a global time series of precipitation once we had all the SSMIs and AMSRs calibrated. And you can see that everything is sort of in the uncertainty realm. We spend a lot of time on the uncertainties, except this green one, which is F16, and this light blue one, which is F18. We say, oh my God, these things are trending. It's not physical. That's why latent heat has a problem. We need to go back and fix the brightness temperatures. Okay, and that's why in the beginning, when I showed you that we went back to SSMIS, it's because of these results that we went back. Well, it turns out that SSMIS is not to blame. It was, for once, it was not to blame. In fact, when you look, the colors are different because somebody else makes these plots. But F16 is in the cyan color here on the right, and F18 is in the purple. And this is a plot, you can't read the numbers, but what it is years on the horizontal axis, and on the vertical axis is the equator crossing time. These two birds are drifting through the diurnal cycle. And we were accounting for it at the time the satellite went into the time series, but not as they drifted. And that's the problem with all these products. And while we tweaked SSMIS a little bit, it didn't change this. This got fixed when we accounted for the diurnal crossing time. So the point is that, we do jump on these calibration issues whenever we see something in the geophysical products. You couldn't possibly see this in the brightness temperature data record. It's only when you use it for something that you start seeing these issues. Yep. So this plot is, I had to throw in something sciencey. So I'm showing you this plot. So this plot, I'll explain and it'll loop through again. So you see the box in the bottom. It's a 30 by 30 degree box focused on the ocean. Okay. So whenever it goes over land, we don't even count the land. So things get a little bit noisy. But over ocean, we're saying that ERA 5 divergence minus evaporation plus precipitation. So evaporation has to disappear with precipitation and water vapor divergence. So mathematically, this has to be 0 in a 30 by 30 degree box. And if it's not 0, it's because one of those 3 products has an error in it. And so you can see that, over the Amazon, that's land. But as it goes over the Atlantic now, you'll see that's, very close to 0, very flat. And then as it goes over Africa, again, ignore that because it's land and it's just seeing a little corner of ocean. But then over the Western Indian Ocean, again, it's very close to flat. And as we get to the Eastern Indian, right, you start seeing these big deviations from flat, right? So again, people asked, is this something that the sensor is doing or not? We've ultimately convinced ourselves that it's not the sensor because the evaporation and the precipitation that both use the SSMI are not in any sort of phased change here. This is actually physics, okay? And the reason I thought this would be a useful, plot to show to this group is to say that sometimes it's really hard to validate single parameters. But when you start combining parameters that must make sense with each other, it's a lot easier to see that, one of those 3 products is not of climate quality, and possibly all 3. We're still sorting that out. But, right. But the point is that it's really hard, even from a precipitation. No one can validate precipitation or evaporation to the level needed, that you can guarantee a flat line here. These are very subtle problems that occur, over very long time periods. So, it's 1-2 year, changes associated with ENSO cause these. So that's really the point I sort of wanted to make here, is that it's much easier to see issues with climate data records when you look at multiple parameters simultaneously than at a single one. Okay, so the second thing I wanted to talk about, that time here is limited, is the last thing we convinced NCI of is that they should consider making a new sensor, an SSMI-R, standing for reconstructed. So this is a sensor that never flew or never will fly, but we can make, because we have sensors like AMSR, AMSR-E, AMSR-2, AMSR-3, that are better sensors that have nearly the same channels that we can reconstruct an SSMI from. And if we can do that, then you can have the same sensor running for really long periods of time for the right user that wants the same sensor and doesn't want to change to a sensor that may have higher spatial resolution, slightly different frequencies, but then they don't know what the impact is on the geophysical product. So this is why don't we do it for you? Because we've worked with these a long time, and then you can do that. So the real uses of it are, that you can have the same algorithm running for a very, very long period of time. And, the second use is that for people who have SSMI in their data stream somehow, and don't want to change the code every time there's a new sensor, can just use these data products. This actually, we started this for a completely different reason, and I'll show you that at the end too. So this is, just sort of a plot that shows you, what the SSMI is on top, what the AMSR, E and AMSR2 are on the bottom, and they have the same, literally the same channels. AMSR2 has a couple extra ones that we don't have to reproduce. The noise figures are equivalent. The big difference is that AMSR2 has much better spatial resolution, so we can average that to make less noise. And if people want a sensor with an equal amount of noise, we know how to add random noise. Okay, that's an easy one to do. So we can make these almost identical. AMSR3 is almost identical again to SSMIS. That is, we have all the channels we need to make those two appear. So how do we do that? How do we convert an AMSR-E or an AMSR2 into SSMI? Well, you start out by forcing the AMSR2 into the format of the SSMI. You take every pixel that's sort of the most similar, you shove it into the format, and you say, okay, now it looks like an SSMI, but it's an AMSR2. Okay. So then we use a database of global atmospheres, right, that we have partly from the NOAA MIRS product, which is a optimal estimation algorithm for clear and cloudy skies. And so that gives us a database of what every profile looks like on Earth from a high quality sensor like GMI, okay, or AMSR2 or AMSR3. So the best sensor you have. And so you can use that database. We supplement that with precipitation from the GPM satellite. So we have a year or 2 years of really high quality geophysical parameters. And so we use that database to then we've developed a machine learning algorithm that uses that database to compute both the real and the synthetic, and then find the conversion from one to the other. So the machine learning is just a nonlinear regression between the two. It doesn't have a lot of work to do as long as the sensors are quite similar. If the sensors become too different, then the machine learning has to learn more and more that it doesn't actually have. But as long as sensors are similar, that seems to work quite well. Okay. The simulated SSMI, of course, will remain at the AMSR equator crossing time, but different SSMIs already had different equator crossing times. So everybody knows essentially how to deal with that. And we have a number of years, 7 years of overlap between AMSR-E and SSMI, where we can actually create the SSMI and then compare it directly to SSMI. So this will, the machine learning in particular will add a little bit of noise, but the fact that we're averaging the spatial resolution will reduce the noise, and we think it'll be a wash. It'll be about the same. So we're, so what's easy, what's hard? The format conversion is easy. Assuming that AMSR is calibrated, we already do that, guarantee that for the FCDR. What needs a little bit of work is these databases that we have. We've done them for precipitation, not for climate data records. So we need to revisit that to make that a little bit more robust. Okay. GPM, which we sort of use as a transfer standard, only goes to 65 degrees, so we need to make sure we've got the higher latitudes. So we think we can do that. In fact, NCI agreed to do this slowly by putting a graduate student on it. Graduate students are cheap but slow. And I'll finish with this. So this whole idea of creating an SSMI-R came out of a completely different area. And that came out of the new CubeSats that are now being launched that carry passive microwave sensors. And the data systems, so we run them through the algorithm. We say that these CubeSats work just fine, but the data systems are much slower, right? So the operational data systems, whether at NOAA or NASA, they like 2 or 3 years before they feel confident that a new sensor is worth, screwing up their processing system. So we said, what if we don't give you a new tropics sensor? What if you give you an ATMS underscore reconstructed? So we actually took the tropics and we turned it into an ATMS, okay, but did it really, really quickly. So none of that calibration stuff was done. We just shoved the channels in and ran it through the ATMS algorithm. And so the left is the ground-based radar that you're supposed to match. The right is sort of the algorithm that we developed specifically for tropics. And it matches fairly well. The resolution is much worse because the radar, ground-based radar is 2 kilometers and tropics is 30-kilometer footprints. So it washes it out, but that's just the sensor. The middle panel is what happens when we just took the tropics, shoved it into ATMS format, and ran the algorithm through the operational system as if it were an ATMS sensor. And you can see that the first order, without doing anything, it looked pretty good. So we thought, you know what, we can use this for science as well. So that's actually where the idea that we were now ready to reconstruct an SSMI from an AMSR-E, which is closer than the tropics to an ATMS came from. It's a really quick way to sort of get new sensors into operations without changing the whole operational stream. So that's more of a CGMS thing. So real quick summary, the basic method works well enough. I think, we do it, UMetSat does it very similarly, not identically, okay, but we sort of agree on the principles and do it very much in parallel. So that seems to work well enough. We know what to do. One of the things I would say is that always give this work to a group that's focused on the climate science problem, not strictly on a brightness temperature creation, because it's impossible to see if you've got a problem. Okay? It's the science is what reveals the problems. Okay? NCI just approved the SSMI-R effort. Will be done by a PhD student, but we're sort of working out right now what the interim deliverables to see how well that works, and then we'll give it to Walt to see how well it works with CIs. See if it works for him, and then I sort of wanted to leave you with a thought is that new high quality satellites are coming. Okay, lots of them, and at some point the community is starting to talk about. Is it really, we can literally write down, I think, in a group setting, such as, under CEOS or, working group climate, we could have an international working group write down what it takes to make an FCDR. Okay. And whether or not it isn't time one of these days to sort of, instead of trying to do it all in one center, it's just writing down the rules so that all agencies can make FCDRs, right? And sort of add satellites to that. And, have one of these groups sort of oversee that and say, if you demonstrate all these things, then you become an FCDR because you've done it and you've verified it. In essence, this is fairly mature now.
Different types of corrections.
All the different types of correction, but it would just be written into a manual, right? It wouldn't be a one-pager, but it would be a manual that says, I think that the international community could agree on, once you verify these steps, you essentially have an FCDR, and you get to put a little blue check mark next to your product, so that others wouldn't have to always reproduce each other. So that's just an idea. It's not even a proposal. It's just something people have started talking about. Does it make sense, to, when something becomes mature, to write down what it takes to join, to become, intercalibrated at that level? Doesn't always have to be done, so that the agency that has the sensor basically can decide if they want that check mark or not. For instance, Department of Defense may have a great sensor and may say, I don't care what you guys do with it. And then, as with SSMI, NOAA could say, we'd like to put a check mark behind it. But anyway, that's just sort of an idea that the bottom line is this is fairly mature. I think there are enough acronyms floating around, G6, other things that could serve as fora for people talking, but there's no forum at the moment to sort of write down what it takes to be an FCDR. Climate purposes that people could then follow into. So I'll stop with that, just to leave you with a thought.
Since Chris is the guest, I'll give him a hand for coming by. Clear presentation. Questions?
I got one question, Chris. It's interesting you mentioned this intercalibration standard. So what exactly that means for that standard? You mean for that one, you mean the multi-sensor standard or multi-agency standard? So which does that mean? I just want kind of a clarify from you.
I view that as, because when you apply this to evaporation or precipitation or surface wind speeds, it doesn't really matter what the agency behind it is. What matters is that the sensors be intercalibrated. Right? So this really is the sensor intercalibration. Right? So to make sure that even if I have two SSMIs, if they don't give me the same answer, it's because, it's not because of the sensor anymore. It's because whatever I do with the sensor is giving me a different answer.
But you still need the baseline sensors.
Yeah, but those baseline, well, I guess I'm arguing that there are enough of those baseline sensors around. Right? As I said, there are still SSMIs flying, DoD is flying a new one, UMETSAT is flying, JAXA is flying. So there are enough different uses for these sensors that we think they're going to keep flying for a long time. Question is, can we intercalibrate them for climate purposes? So each agency, so in this effort, right, SSMIs are being intercalibrated. But because we're interested in precip, we're also doing AMSRs and GPMs at the same time because it wouldn't help us. But that's not true for all communities. So it would help to have, sort of either by community or universal standards for these sensors have all been intercalibrated and you can use for whatever purpose.
Is there anybody online still? Yes. Or is it only us? Because then I wouldn't need to use a microphone anymore. Anyway, I can use it. Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think the last bullet, when we discussed that, I think, so what we had earlier in the morning, I think you were still not here, but there's still an open action in the Working Group Climate to provide these definitions. No? So what is an FCDR actually? And there are also sub-variants. No? So an FDR without the C, so there will be a single sensor corrected and so on. No? And I think if one would try to make that attractive for the community, it needs to be followed. I would not call that standards. I would rather call that best practices. No? So what is applied to an SSMI? SSMIS is not necessarily applicable in the VIS range, or so you need to do things slightly different. So there's some principles, yes. But one would need to write down what these best practices are. And if we look around in the community, there are not so many actually doing these kind of records. No? I think we would probably count not more than 50 people on Earth that are doing this, and even on, I think on SSMI and SSMIS, I think we have about 2 realizations, one in the US, one in Europe, which is good. I think it's
One in
good.
Japan too.
And one in Japan, 3. So that's also, but that's still, I think it's still a number of records that makes a lot of sense, no? So that because there are certain corrections and somebody else does this slightly different. So you take decisions in this. So what is the error? No? So we had seen that in MSU in the past very much, no? Even resulting in different temperature trends. So it's good to have more than one realization. It's also part of the best practice, and need to be kind of compared. No? But I think writing down as best practice would be the first step for me to do that. If we really need an approval for an agency to put a label on, I'm not so sure about that, but having the best practice so that everybody understands what it is and how it's created is useful.
Let me just sort of, by standards, I meant for the passive microwave community. They're going to be different for different communities. Right? So I didn't mean to be that universal. And yeah, so the idea really was sort of to have a set of, I want to go beyond best practice and say you should demonstrate, everyone should demonstrate that they meet this. They can go further, of course, but for users to be able to say that this community has met that minimum requirement. And I think in the 3 agencies today, we can come up with what those minimum requirements ought to be. That's really the point I'm trying to make.
I'm going to interrupt just for a second here. So you may be happy to know that Kyle has started the run for the next batch of coffee, which is in 30 minutes. And he made a really interesting offer that I think is kind of cool. Somebody who I won't name said, I'd like an espresso after lunch. And we said, well, we didn't order up a bunch of espressos. But through modern technology, we can do this. And Kyle is very happy to do this. So he's going to pick up a regular carafe of coffee. But if you'd like an espresso or cappuccino or latte or anything else, if you tell me, I'll order it to the Starbucks app. He'll pick it up with the carafe and bring it back. So if you are interested in espresso or cappuccino or whatever from Starbucks, raise your hand, tell me what it is. I'll write it down, I'll order it. And at the end of the week, you can Venmo me the difference. All right. Anybody? Kelly. All right, you're taking your time here. Chai latte, what size? Grande, okay.
Large is medium.
Pardon me? Double espresso? Are you Europeans?
Single espresso.
Which is, I think, a grande. What are you, British? Decaf. Grande. That's the medium size? All right.
I'll take a single espresso.
Got the graph and all. Okay. Yeah.
After lunch.
Yeah, that's just true. Grande, a medium? Yeah, all right. I'm gonna get one of those too, by the way, so good order. Anybody else? Okay, 3 cappuccino.
Who's gonna drink the coffee?
Black coffee? Oh, that's coming in. Black coffee we got, all right.
Coffee we got, yeah.
Okay. Man, the Thai contingent is speaking up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anybody else? All right, back to the questions for Chris. You have one.
Yeah, I just wonder, so is the data, the FCDR that you produce is available at the NCEI?
Yes.
Great.
It's available at NCEI, and some people want to get it from us too, where it's also available. But yes, it's all freely available.
It's dated back to 78.
Through 1987 was the first
1987.
SSMI.
Okay, 1987.
I do have to caution, when you read the documentation, the overlap between satellites stops at about 1991. And between 1987 and 1991, you're on your own.
Okay, so basic from
Yes,
87
really.
is 87 is where it starts, but before that is the
But
yours.
91 is when the data is really
Okay,
good.
really good. Okay, and then the follow-up question is that maybe for both you and fault. So, and then these FCDR, is that used for sea ice remote sensing too? Are those connected, or is I'm asking because we were asked by the ocean panel from the GCOS, asked if those data sets are being sufficiently exploited. So they are all connected and now intercalibrated at the FCDR level. Right. So the follow-up, like were you talking about the, like best practices to generate these things, and then how I think the other way to do this maybe is through the working group on calibration validation. So they have a lot of kind of best practices, and then land product validation and processing. And I imagine that they will probably be interesting to these, the brightness temperature for microwave imagers. That's something, if you're interested, we probably can have a conversation, start with Philip, who is the, working group on CalVal chair at the moment. And they also have many subgroups on different aspects. Yeah.
So let me sort of reply to that in that I think informally, there's already, because there's only 3 groups,
yeah,
there's sort of best practices, right? People rotate between those 3 groups. So we have that. I think the next, and what I'm sort of suggesting is that we go the next step, right? And say that somebody actually verifies that they've used the best practices, not just that they know them and that they're applying some of them, but that they've actually gone through the whole sequence, because otherwise the user community doesn't really know if the brightness temperature stream, the radiant stream that they're using is really intercalibrated, or different groups just use best practices. So I think there's a step of validation. Doesn't have to be rubber stamped by anybody, but in my mind, there has to be sort of a validation step for a group to say, we've checked all of these things and have, and seem to have met all of these criteria.
Sort of like a menu, like you have
Like
a
a-
checkbox, you have
checkbox.
checklist, and then so every group saying that, we have gone through every step, and then that's, we met all this
Right,
criteria.
we check the geolocation, we check this, we check that, here are the results. And anybody can sort of see if that's good enough for them to use. That was sort of the conversation we're starting to have. Yes, sir. If you just look at brightness temperature, indistinguishable. The randoms are fairly similar. The question is whether, whether somebody is adding a processing step that might remove some questionable items, right? And this is where the large list would help everybody. So it's not the details. Well, I mean, I think we agree on the processing steps, and they're quite similar.
Sorry, could you use a mic? We are recording.
Sorry,
If you can use a mic, please.
Somebody.
Thank you.
Can you use the mic?
Now, I'm thinking sort of as a user of an FCDR and the impact of the differences between the two when it comes to propagating through to a TCDR.
Yeah, so that I cannot guarantee that they're the same, right? Because there can be small details, which is why I think it would make sense to, because if there are differences right now, they're not on, I don't think they're on purpose. I think they're just, we thought of one thing, they thought of a different thing, right? And I think homogenization of that would actually benefit everybody.
I would.
Time hours are the best.
That's of course wrong, but it's also, I mean, uncertainty quantification is, I mean, there's a lot of evolution in the last few years and get going more to metrology principles. And I think none of those has been assessed in that particular way. No, so it is, but it's very hard to make that mandatory, no, because on the other hand, the usefulness of the results and the use of those is also not proven. No, so error propagation retrievals is, so some do that, some don't. No, so it's like no, but one can still have principles that everybody follows. No, so there needs to be at least parts of the error being quantified and documented and so on. So, but having those, and if you compare them and they look really the same, is actually quite a good experience because they're really done completely independent, just on the same base data. No, so that's quite assuring that this is not crap.
Yeah, but again, I would argue because the communication between the individuals is so strong that they're not really independent, right? Bunch of lost people do tend to follow each other. I think my 20 minutes are up anyway, so I'll stick around till my espresso comes.
Thank you, Chris. That was great. I apologize, I got sidetracked. All right. What we're going to do now is we have 30 minutes. York's going to start his work on the coordinated action plan and gap analysis. We're going to bring up and have our coffee, and then might come on, but I did not see anybody.
We are recording. Do you want us to capture the audio?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. So he'll need to use the mic then.
Multitask.
So I use that. Okay, so put it here. So I will talk with you about the ECV inventory, gap analysis, and action plan. So I have a few slides in the beginning so that everybody understands what the background is, where we are. So otherwise you would probably be lost in minute 0. And then we're going to look at the 2 documents, and then we're going to try to assign some work to those who are here or to those who already left. And we're open to suggestions of names and so forth. So, so this is basically your explaining the whole thing in one slide. So the working group climate has in particular a mandate to really understand so what kind of climate data records we have for the GCOS ECVs that are produced by all agencies worldwide and also by academia, as much as we know about those. And that's what we build into what we call ECV inventory. So that's a big database of lots of metadata of all the existing climate data records for as many ECVs and their products. We have undertaken a gap analysis on this with the different purposes. So the major purpose for the space agencies was about learning about continuity. So if you have an ECV data record, then you need to know if any instrument in space that was used for that is actually continued into the future so that you can continue that record, or if there are issues in the future that need to be acted on by the space agencies. So this is, we finished one big round in 2018, and that ended in what is called, what you see in red there, the gap analysis report. This contains a couple of recommendations on different topics for agencies, but also for GCOS, for ourselves, and so on. And as recommendations are nice, they also need to be underpinned by some real actions, and that's why we have an extra document, which is called Coordinated Action Plan. And these actions were basically supposed to go into the CEOS work plan, but also into the CGMS work plan. So there's two space coordination bodies that are basically joined within the working group climate. And of course, if the actions are followed, sometimes it will take about a decade or so on the scale, then we would get always an improved observing system for climate. That's the whole idea, and also improved CDRs. And then we repeat this cycle. We had thought about doing this every year, and we have basically maintained to publish the inventory basically every year since 2018. And we were, of course, stopped in many activities on the gap analysis during the pandemic. That has really slowed us down because we could not do any meetings anymore. And that's the reason why we have now a kind of a big package that is summarizing basically everything that happened in the last 3 years or so. Okay. So a few news on the inventory itself. So we're getting very close to establishing a new contract. So we have selected a contractor at EUMETSAT, and so we are just in getting the contract out. And so then the contractor will start in April 2024, and then we are back in the game of producing updates to the ECV inventory, and can also technically support the gap analyses again. So it has a volume of about 1.5 FTE, and they are basically half funded by EUMETSAT and our Copernicus contribution agreement. We have decided last time, because of all the work, how to get entries into the inventory. That was, we were working with about, I don't know, almost 200 people in the end that basically provided the information. And then we needed to verify the information, because otherwise you cannot build any recommendations or plans on that. And that has to turn out to be a very labor-intensive process. So last time we have thought about how can we make that a bit easier, and this is what is in the bullets here. So we will have basically focal points in agencies, and they would provide us access points for information, and our contractor will basically retrieve that information and builds up the inventory by ourselves, which has the big advantage that we don't need to explain to 200 people how to use that interface of putting the information into this. So that's a bit easier. So this will be derived at EUMETSAT, and then we provide that updated information to the focal points, and they then do the verification for us. So we just turn the whole process around, but it's technically much, much easier. And then there need to be corrections, if any, and we may need to fill gaps of information that is not accessible in the public. So that will also point probably to the fact that that the agencies or the data set producer has not put into the public what is basically required by GCOS standards. So in that sense, it could also be helpful. And then we publish the inventory, and we still would aim at least once a year, so that there is also new things can get into this. We also need to renovate the whole software architecture of this, and make it a bit more off the shelf. We also agreed, I think, last time to change that, because we found ECV inventory a little bit a name that is a bit misleading, because the ECV has often very much understood. And even today I heard that in the talk that if you say soil moisture, then you call that ECV, but it doesn't tell you anything about that this is a climate data record of soil moisture. So I think we would just to emphasize more that this is for climate data records, and not just for every kind of time series of real-time data or so forth. There are still some people don't understanding that. That's why we said, I think we were settling down around this name, Satellite Agency Climate Data Records Inventory. If this is good enough. So if not, you can still come up until Friday with better ideas. I'm very receptive to this. Exactly. As it has any bad meaning.
Action item for bar.
Think about that, not now.
Not enough.
So there's some stuff that we need to do. So it's important to understand that the inventory and also all the gap analyses that we have performed in the last 3 years is all in reference to the GCOS IP from 2016. So this was mostly all done before the new IP came out. And the new IP contains now even more ECVs and different ECVs with different requirements and so on. And then we have heard already in the morning about the ECV rationalization activity. So we don't know when this will be finishing. GCOS doesn't know it themselves, but we need to undertake, basically the database needs to be adapted to all these changes all the time. No? So that's what we need to do. And then we will, of course, research for new data set from contributing agencies and so forth. And the rest is the same. So on the gap analysis work, so what the support is doing is an assessment of the inventory readiness for the process of gap analysis, so that all information is available and that you know to where you reference your gap analyses. This is important to know, not an old version of the inventory, a new version. We can participate in that and ensuring availability of required documentation and so on. So this support will be there. Analysis of results, we also do that and compile reports and so forth. That can all be done. And simplification or refresh on database, I already said. So this is basically what is about the inventory. So we will have the new contract. We will renovate the database. We heard about the action with a pile of 50 leftover things. So we will include that still in the old one, publish, and then have next year a new one, I guess. So to get a feeling for, so what we did, so we had the very first version of that was version 2, because version 1 was so, we have forgotten about version 1, but that was not really credible. So the first one came out in October 2017, and the analysis we did was based on that, and that was published in 18. And then we had, even in the pandemic, published version 3 in 2024 and 21, and then an update of that in 2022. And this was incremental, mostly for variables which were related to the carbon cycle. So that was because of the global stocktake activities in CEOS. And so it has not affected all the other variables. And then you get a feeling for the number of records in this. You see that here for the table for all in the atmosphere, land, and ocean. And so the number has always increased, and there are 2 components in the inventory. So one is for those data records that exist and are accessible. And then there is a component that has planned data records. So some agencies have also planning what they will do in the next 2 to 3, 4 years. In the beginning, we really had only added committed plans, but now we are a bit more relaxed about this so that we rather know more and not to be too restrictive in this. And the number is very high. It's much higher than we thought, because we thought in the beginning we would end up maybe with about 200 or so. Some of this is a bit of an artificial effect that is due to that many agencies offer their products in different spatial resolution, temporal aggregations, and so on. And as GCOS has those as requirements, we have, of course, added them all. So sometimes it's about 4 different realizations of the same, and that is, of course, increasing the number. I think for the new inventory, we think about how we can handle that a little better so that the numbers don't rise, because it has already provoked reactions. So why would we do so many CDRs, and this costs so much money and all this? No? But it's about a technical fact as well. All right. So the gap analyses, so it became, for the first one, very quickly clear that we would never be able to stand to what the expectation was, that we would just analyze that for all ECVs and all ECV products at once. So that was clear. So in 2018, basically said, okay, we're gonna do this piece by piece, and then we started with the first set in on the inventory version 2, what you see above, and then we did an analysis on version 3, and then one on 4.1. And you see that the one on 4.1 has then picked up a couple of the first one, like on CO2, CH4, greenhouse gases, leaf area index, biomass, because they were all carbon related. And so we get a little refresh on those as well, which is actually pretty good. So the report that we're going to compile is basically containing everything that was based on the inventory version 3 and the inventory version 4.1. So this is how the document looks like. So it has, it's basically the same structure as before. We have only thrown out one part of the analysis. In the first analysis, we also did a real very hard to do analysis of how much every single GCOS standard is fulfilled, which is about 40 different types. And we have tried to compare that and to judge that for every data record that needed so many people. We couldn't complete that for the version 3 inventory, and we have not even tried that for the version 4.1. So we have skipped that for the moment. The information is not lost that we have collected, but we will not put it in here because we have no big new picture on that. And what we saw on version 3 was not radically different from version 2. So there's basically no change. So it's not worth all the effort to do that. So what the report has is a little bit of context description, and then it describes the inventory. So basically the number and how we do the population, the verification, and what the individual agency contributions to this was. Then we define basically what how a gap is actually defined, and there are several ways to do that. The approach to the gap analysis and how we implemented this in these different versions. So with expert teams, but also with a workshop. So that was also kind of following lessons learned from one analysis to the other. And then there is a macro analysis in this section 4. So this is about on the inventory content, so relative portions of ECVs per GCOS domain, and also look at the temporal coverage per ECV product, so that you can actually see when is the longest record of this starting, and how many do you have actually for each of the ECV products. That's quite instructive because I will not show you the pictures because that takes far too long. But then you see there, depending on when the space segment was growing fast, then you get lots more records. But if you look in specific domains, like into the terrestrial domain, then you see that about more than 60% of the records are dealing now with soil moisture, and it was land surface temperature, but it has now been replaced by burned area. That seems to be the new emphasis. So it's like there are modes in this. So now they all do this, and then they create 20 records of that. And you can start asking the question, how many do we need? For soil moisture, we have about 58. So all done from the same kind of sensors, SSMI, scatterometer. So they describe different parts of this, but still. And then we have a section on the individual ECVs. And this is really looking in the specifics of the ECVs, in particular about the continuity in the space segment. Also, the definition of the GCOS ECV products. Is this useful? How to react to the requirements? Do we have missed opportunities? Because we know from other databases like the WMO OSCAR space database that there were comparable missions in the past that have never been utilized. And this would also point for agencies doing FCDRs and connect what we always use with other data, particularly from China, Japan, Korea, and other things. So this would be the golden analysis. We are not always for all variables as complete as we wish, because that really depends on who puts things into this. All right. So then we have the coordinated action plan. That's a much simpler structure. So for this time, we need to have a status of the actions from the last time. So we will go through that and see if we can agree which one we close and which one we don't. And then we have probably new recommendations from the new analysis. So I have only put in 2 so far. But maybe there will be a few more. And we also will compile that. So both documents are already so in Google Space, and I think we will make them accessible for all those who need to work with them. I should work with a link, and then you should just be able. So here I described that actually. So what we did in the last one, so we had a workshop in 22. So Albrecht mentioned that in the morning already. So that so we looked at that time also on the GCOS ECV definition adequacy. Because they were still writing the IP. And this was in particular important for things like the anthropogenic greenhouse gas fluxes and so on. So how is that ECV defined? Does it make any sense? And for some, we said, well, it doesn't make any sense. So we make proposals on how to change that. Or for some, we proposed actually additional products like for permafrost, and was not taken up. But parts of this information is still in the report, and we can still keep it. Then, of course, coverage in the ECV inventory. So this is in the macro analysis. Then space segment for ECV products. We even asked for a situational ground segment for ECV products. So things that we use for calibration and or combination. If it goes to data assimilation, for example, you may also need something in addition. Situation of the science to exploit the measurements. This was new in 22. We have not asked that question before. And then everything that's important in addition an expert may have for another item to bring forward. And then some recommendations. So not many were made actually. So this was slightly different than before. So that's why the sections on the ECVs are not completely homogeneous. And I hope nobody will ask to homogenize that, because then I will assign somebody to homogenize it. This might be a bit too difficult. Also important to observe is, as we have started the famous ZARGIP, also an interesting acronym. So the response to the GCOS implementation plan, there is some overlap, no? Because there were also questions to some particular ECVs that were part of the gap analysis. And I made a kind of a reconciliation of those two, and I have so copy-pasted a bit from the analysis to the new GCOS IP into the gap analysis. So we had still some gaps. So I did this for precipitation, where there only needs to be a delta to the 2018, which was very comprehensive, no? And this was listing tons of stuff. Okay. So our goal, our joint goal, the common goal of the group is to move the docs through review with the agencies. So not with us, where we also need to review before, but so the level above us at CEOS or shortly after to reach endorsement at CGMS plenary. So at CGMS plenary, which is 4th to 6th of June, about 3 weeks before, so mid-May, we would need to submit this formally to the agencies, so both documents, so that they can endorse that at the plenary. We will submit that also to CEOS in writing, but we will not wait for the CEOS plenary, which is, when is that, in November or December or October? I don't know. October this year, no? So, but they can also do this in writing, no? So we have done that vice versa, because they never synchronize, no? So what we need to do, so in the gap analysis report, so I've basically finished this macro analysis, so that's all written up, and we need to have reviewers for that. And then we need people that fix entries for specific ECVs. And some are in very good shape, some are a little bit, need probably a little more work, but we can see who can do something on that. Otherwise, I will do those where we can't find anybody, but then it will probably take more time. That's the problem. On the coordinated action plan, I think we will go through, so not now, but after the gap analysis report, and then look at the actions and decide what we do with it, even if we have not complete member coverage. But this is about individual actions, and people can see that in writing what we're gonna decide on those. And then there's one last point that Wenjing mentioned in the morning. In the renovation of the inventory itself, so we had a very comprehensive questionnaire that was basically addressing all GCOS climate monitoring principles, and also all GCOS guidelines in producing a climate data record. So there were some not addressing FCDRs necessarily, not at that level of detail. And so this ended up, I think it was close to 200 questions. So the database is about 200 entries, which is a lot. And we made a little bit of a simplification of that, what is really necessary of this, but also some additions that makes this inventory more attractive from people that don't want to look at the space segment and its continuity, but maybe also for other things, because you can also use that to see how many competitors do I have if I want to do a data set on this, no? And who has already invested in that. And an agency head may say, oh, we're not going to invest in another climate data record of soil moisture because we have already so many, and why shall I? No? So, but then there are others which are not even covered where you could think about, or we have only two where it probably still makes sense. No? But I think we'll not have the time to go through this another Google Doc to finish that. No? But it's not urgent because we will implement that in the new architecture, and we only need to know this about in 3 months or 4 months or so. No, we can still do that. And I think that's all slides I have, and I would otherwise switch to the document unless the espresso has arrived. So we should do that first, and then we go to the document and prepare yourself for saying, yes, yes, I will do this.
Great.
Oh,
We can ask questions, of course.
Can maybe go back to that. You know, the previous slide, I would just have a quick question on.
Which one?
The slide 10. Yeah, next one, please. Yeah, so you, fixed entries for specific.
Yeah. So if you see everything that's in section 5, okay. So from 5.1 to 5.22, there's still one double leaf area index, which I forgot to delete, but so it's 21.
Line people up at this meeting.
Yes. Yes. This is what we shall do on this only.
Some of those, I took a quick look of the documentation. Some you already have a lot of texts. Some you don't have anything. So is that what you mean? The one that you don't.
We can also decide to drop if we think. No? So this is, but there is still on some there's still also stuff to come in your GCOS IP response. So and some has been modified and so on. So we can still see that. And some is easy, because there's also a lot of joint things. No? So when you see surface winds and water vapor, so both talk a lot about microwave data. So any consideration on the space segment could just be referenced. No? So this is, and the water vapor is pretty comprehensive. On the surface winds, we have not written much, but that's a pretty easy story, basically. No?
Like above ground biomass that we already have that too. So yeah, so certainly there's quite a few we have where I see the synergy between gap analysis and the.
Yes. Yes, and we should exploit that because just even if this is only for the 2016 IP in terms of requirements, but we just in terms of consistency, so that nobody thinks, oh, why is in the gap analysis about something completely different than it is in this GCOS IP response. Now, we had that also in the past. It was always difficult to do.
Can we please use the mic for recording?
Yes, but here, the remit for this group from the space agencies is continuity of the space segment, mostly. No? Yes, and what you know about improvements, you can, of course, also say. No? And the reference, as I said, the reference, and this is about, that's why we have always this discussion with GCOS, is about, so the reference framework chosen was GCOS and their requirements. Now you can think how useful are those requirements, and this debate is of course always there. No? No? Maybe. Yeah, we all have that on the requirements. I think this discussion is very wide, and but it's difficult for them as well. And but it's not about that. We think it's not only about a trend detection. So climate involves a little more. No? So it should be useful for specific applications. That's why the inventory had also a part that was asking for, do you have a demonstration of the use of that particular data set for an application? And some had, some others, okay, yeah, we wrote a paper about this data set and nothing else, which is a bit weak. No? So there was, it is also constructing a little management tool, no? To see what is really a useful investment and how many do we have actually. Nobody knew that before we started. So that's more a macro analysis. No? So what is endangered? No? What has never been looked at? No? Do we utilize all the observations from the different space agencies in an equal way? The clear answer is no. No, because how can we utilize better data from China, for example, no? Which is then a hard political nut, but if you can make a case for that, it's useful at the level of CGMS plenaries or so to rather get them to the table to contribute something. No? That's not easy, as you can see. There's no Chinese person here, no? So, but but that's more the function of this. No? It's not really a scientific analysis. We would hope, I mean, in the precept, we knew that assessments in GVAX or so are quite helpful underneath this gap analysis to inform about things. No? Also about the available data sets, by the way. No? So we get a lot on the GVAX assessment, what is available. No? So we use all these sources. No?
Take a break there. Cold drink. All right, thanks. Yeah, let's just reconvene after 15 minutes. Anybody, if there's anybody online, 15-minute break. Okay, thanks everybody for sort of wrapping that up. Thank you, Kyle, for picking up all the drinks. Let's hear for Kyle. Like, that was pretty great. When's the last time you had Starbucks delivered to your meeting? Probably never. You may get called upon again. Jörg, I think we're just going to continue with you then, right?
Yeah, I just.
And just a reminder, everybody, please do use the microphones, even though nobody's online, for the recording purposes. That would help. And it does make it a little bit easier to hear.
Yeah. Well, ask me the question because it's not showing the screen.
It's a couple of questions. A couple. So the first one is, all the existing records, are they sort of going to be sort of labelled as meeting 2016 GCOS requirements, because they might not necessarily meet 2022 requirements?
Yeah, so the reference is 2016, but it's not even at that level testing individual requirements. So no worries. We have skipped that part because in parts, at least whatever you have on accuracy, stability, or whatever is, because we found you can never compare that. No? So it's almost impossible because the requirements are just on the moon, most of them. So you cannot compare an existing data set to those requirements because they were so, how did they call that, aspirational for a future space mission. So this is like, so performance measurement cannot be done, basically. Now you can do this on the resolutions and all this, but it's mostly not worth it because most of them fulfill all those. So there is not much. There was some on land surface parameters where there were very high resolutions for whatever reason. So this was still the times when you split between for modeling, for adaptation, so those ones they can never be fulfilled anyway. So you cannot compare that either. So in that sense, this analysis has not been performed for this gap analysis report. So there's no big difference, and the rest hasn't really changed.
Just the second question is, like version 4.2, 4.3, are you going to cycle back round to the sort of ECVs that you were doing at sort of version 2 or something? Because version 4.1 is concentrating on a lot of this carbon cycle.
Yes, 4.1 has only, so the version of the inventory has particularly been concentrated to capture all available data records for those variables that the people wanted to use in that analysis, and has prioritized them compared to other parts, which has also partly led to this 50 backlog data sets. Probably another few soil moisture data sets that were on this pile. So we have looked into this, that we don't have any in those that have no representation in the ECV memory, but all of them are already plenty of data sets in the memory. So in that sense, this will not add much. We'll add more data sets from different producers, but not in terms of coverage of ECVs or whatsoever. But now, so the next round is then based on the 22 GCOS IP. So this will of course change, and then you may need to reanalyze all those you have already analyzed once if you do drastic changes to your requirements. But that hasn't been done yet. That takes a bit of time. I hope people will do that. So at some point, I don't know who's doing the next round or what it will be. So it's up to the working group to decide what to do. More? Okay. You can ask me later as well. So I share the document, but I don't know why it's not popping up on the screen. Share this differently. Share the screen. It's not sharing anything. I cannot share anymore.
On the WebEx, but it's just not on that large screen.
It's not on this screen and not on that screen. Could you see it? Because I couldn't. It's funny enough. I'll share the document again. Can anybody? Funny enough. Okay. So this report, it still says 23, but it's probably gonna be 24. You have seen that already. So first question. So I have not written an executive summary. It doesn't matter. So the first question is, who wants to review chapter 1 to 4? You will. Okay.
Probably should be 2.
Jeff. Who else? Next week? 2 weeks? 2 weeks max. 2.
Is that reasonable?
When do you want to present some of this by the SIT technical work?
It's the 8th.
That starts at the 8th, so you have less than 2 weeks. So only time you have is next week.
No. What I said is, so you can set at the SIT, we deliver that for review 2 weeks after the SIT, that's fine. No, so then it can take 2 weeks and still refurbish, yeah. Not be completely unrealistic. Every needs to be done next week, so it's not going to happen.
I think that will be too rushed. So I think probably for the you want to set a time for review that?
About a 20 pages read, section 1 to 4. Yes.
Pile it a little bit.
Yeah, that will be holding for everything. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We should have that target, no? Because otherwise we will diffuse, no? Need to.
Sit for doing this.
Yeah. No, but that's fine. I mean, we had that last time as well. It's not so critical. I just said here. Question was, who else wants to read it? Yeah, okay. That's good. Y and I, huh? Okay, French. Okay, I just browsed through so that you see that so what you're confronted with, it's just a bit of text, and so the reference will go out anyway. They are becoming footmark. Here's a point, Jeff, where you can still help, because we had a section on terminology where we basically explain what is an essential climate variable, an ECV product, GCOS requirement, fundamental climate data record, thematic, interim. So we can just populate that with the last standing of the discussion on this, and not keep this. No? So this is still from the last. That's in the macro part. That's in the introduction. No? So because we are talking about FCDRs and TCDRs and ICDRs, and we put that in, and at that time it was coming from this document, Space-Based Architecture for Climate Monitoring from 2013. No? So that was the one. So then there's something about the ECV inventory, how we did this. There's one plot on the agency contribution to the ECV inventory. So only relative markings between version 2 and version 3. We've not repeated that for version 4. A description of the gap analysis approach. Some analysis and so some parts in the gap analysis that are answered, how it was implemented, what do we do with the completeness of the inventory, what difficulties exist in assessing GCOS numerical requirements. So even if we did not do that, we can still have the difficulties, and there are actually also some recommendations that I basically repeated or reformulated. So one is about the continued improvements on the requirements in GCOS, and I think you can review that and see if this makes sense. And there is a content of the inventory, so you saw that table already in the slides, and I did a little bit of an analysis here. It's interesting how it shows up in different colors on different screens, and some numbers missing here and there, so it's interesting. Maybe it was a transfer to Google that has destroyed it. Will also be so relative portions. So you see what we had in version 2 of the inventory. Yeah, it has all destroyed all the figures in Google. Okay, we need to see if that is throughout. Otherwise, I need to replace the figures. I'll do that. So it does it for the ocean. It does it also for the land. There you can see how it changes. So the population of that. Then we have this temporal stuff, which is split in atmosphere, ocean, and also land, but it comes after. And there you see just simple records of this is ECVs here. You can't read that, but that's the individual ECV products. And then it's just simple years and how many do we have for those years. So, and then you see when things start here. So the starting point here is 1971. And then it goes, in the second plot, it goes up to 2030. This contains, so it's reaching into the future because it contains commitments on ICDRs. But just beyond, so, but there's nothing longer than 26 basically. And you have those for atmosphere, for ocean, and also for land. And then you see some lines here which are zeros throughout. So there are some ECV products that were thought to be accessible from space, whereas no data record exists. So that's a real gap, and would be one could make some recommendations. So I did not, but when you read, you can still think about that if this is useful or not. Okay, so then the gap analysis on ECVs for inventory V3. So this is now all the specific ones. And then we need to find people that would look at this. So for precipitation, we have not done anything on the update of this, what we wrote in 2018, which was very comprehensive. So that was actually done by who did this?
I think I worked with George Huffman and
George Huffman helped us and suggested a lot of things on additional data records, which we all implemented. And so this probably should have only the change in terms of instrumentation that has changed since 2018. I just copied the text that was actually in the response to the GCOS IP. I have not reviewed that further, but I can sign up myself for this to do this, and I can talk with you and Chris Kidd or whoever, so that it's not misleading.
Actually, Chris Kidd was the one that wrote all this. So
I
so
know.
he,
I met him 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So I will do that. Also for all those, 12th of April is the one that we should have. So this is pretty short at the moment, and we're gonna keep that short. So then we have a longer piece here on the aerosol. So there is a lot of stuff which probably needs a careful review. So is anybody who feels competent on aerosols? Very good. So Gareth. So also 12th of April. So you can help if you tell me how to. What was PRKR? PAKR? Okay, that's cool. So that's aerosols. So you see there is, so this was done on the version 3. So that's why they have spent, because they will send out basically a template what to fill, and they did this. So then we have carbon dioxide, methane, and greenhouse gases that came from the workshop 22. Will you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be very, very good. Anybody else?
I can help her with that too.
Okay. That text was quite elaborate, and I think, and here for this one, this section here on GCOS ECV definition adequacy is quite important. I think I remember that workshop, we discussed it very long, because there were some misleading factors. I don't know what has been fixed, so one probably needs to look back at what was really in the IP after that. So some stuff may have been accepted. Okay. So then we have here another one on anthropogenic greenhouse gas fluxes that was even extra. You will do that as well. It's 1 page, 2 pages, 2 page. Okay. Yeah, this is, it was just split up into 5.3 and 5.4, exactly. Jeff, okay. Boss?
I apologize for interrupting. Downtown, some tied. Multiple. Probably.
Not sure we can get out of here 6, but
Oh.
can we stay? How long can we have this room till 6 or no? Oh,
These guys have to go home, right?
you have to go home with 5, right? We're supposed to be down 5. Okay, we're supposed to be down 5, so. All right, so.
Continue the meeting at the bar or at the restaurant.
We do this
Right.
at the bar.
6:30 should be good.
You committing.
Raise your hand if you. We try to find a place that's moderately priced. It's called Spruce Farm and Fish. You guys are. Good. All right, so just talk to you tomorrow if it doesn't work. Looks like it's got all kinds of high quality foods.
We will find something.
Moderately priced. So.
Okay. All the bad news. All right. So now we have 5-5 surface winds. So I think I looked in the GCOS IP actions. There's actually zero concern with this or energy fluxes at the surface. So we can think if we either drop that or I can write a paragraph about all the scalerometer stuff and that's it basically.
Write a paragraph and then close
Okay,
it up.
I will take that. Yes. It's not so difficult. And then we have a section on upper air winds. I will also do because it originated from my house. So that's very comprehensive. May even need to shorten that. So we have water vapor. So this came actually from the GWEX assessment people. So Mark Schroeder and others have done that piece. I think I can also do that because that's basically the same instrumentation. I'm reading this. So then we have, land surface temperature. So I have not put anything in here. But there's this activity F1.2 in G. So who could update anything? So you can read the 2018 in this gap analysis report. That is, I can send it to you if it's easier. And then you can just see what has changed in this. No?
Let's also connect to the LSABC activity. So that would be, yeah.
So that is, oh my God, how do I spell your name? Double R. And then E-N. Anybody else interested? George. Okay. So then we have something on fire. So this was also done in a workshop in 22. So this is pretty elaborated already. Fire.
I'll do that.
You do that? Okay. I mean, we can always involve if there's fire. So this has text. We have something on land cover. So this one is pretty short. So this one, I don't know, whatever you think is useful in addition, I could be still, you can also always come back to me if you feel you may need to familiarize yourself with the process. So don't hesitate to ask. So then we have above ground biomass. I don't know why this is yellow because Maria made a comment. This I took
This
from
one
the
is
Arcturus ones.
have like a GCOS IP action, so I can put the GCOS IP response in there, and then
I did this. I think this is
you
what
did that.
did I copy?
No, I think that
Text from IP response.
okay.
As I copied it from the Google.
Yeah, I think the one that we had some feedback and some more
Updates.
yeah, updates. So I put the update version
I
in
put
there.
you in.
Yeah, and then if somebody else want to do a review, that'll be good.
Maybe we can send it to Osamu.
Osamu and actually Ben Potter provided the input, so.
Yeah, if he can still do it.
No, they already did. They provided input, so if
And review themselves.
they review themselves, yes.
But you can also compare in 2018, there was already a big section about above ground biomass on the report.
Yes, that's correct.
No? Okay. Let me see what we do. So there is text, so this is quite good. So then we have here something on leaf area index. And there you see that all the sections here are more or less empty. Because there was only one participant in the 22 workshop on this. But the message was that apart from some issues with the GCOS definitions, there was not much to say on all the others. So the situation seems very, very much okay on leaf area index. So anybody interested in this?
So there is an action on the GCOS IP, like on all those related land variables. So they want to use the same definition, same spatial grading, that sort of thing. Is you want to have all those connected variables be interoperable. I think that might be the word. But I don't know if that specifically addressed this variables here, but that's certainly there's some linkage there.
Okay, okay. But we have not written anything to it yet.
Correct. So I was thinking there might be some, like the connection if somebody will work on the help with that response and can also maybe address this.
Okay, so I will do this. And I think if this is not feasible in the time, then we drop it.
Yeah.
So this will be last I address. So then we have permafrost, a very similar story. So I copied actually from the version that I had from Claire McIntosh. I don't know if that is the same version as in your Google Doc.
Yes, that's the one that we had a lot of feedback and basically seeing that we started on the wrong footing on this. So that's at least the GCOS IP want to the space agencies develop methodologies to retrieve permafrost extent using satellite observations. And the response, the expert we reached out to basically provided the input on using the ground subsidence as a proxy. Maybe we had a lot of like feedback on this thing that basically that's really not the right way to tackle this.
Okay.
So I think that maybe that's premature to put it out there. So we will still have to reopen this in 2024 to see how we can address this question.
Shall we drop it?
I think at the moment I'll be more comfortable dropping than keeping it.
Okay, we can always return. No, there's no. That's the easiest action. Soil moisture.
We had this in the first round, didn't we?
Did we? I'm not sure.
Thought we did this in 2018.
I could check. No, we did not. No, it was in the one on the inventory 3, we had soil moisture.
Okay.
And that's also where we got the input. I think this was mostly done by people from ESA CCI, I think. So it has also lots of microwave things and Zimmer things, and I was already dealing with this. I do it myself. Pages, I wrote so many things. And there were also some specific recommendations, so I will look through this. SMAP. So then we have sea surface temperature. So there was also no concern in the GCOS-RP about sea surface temperature. So we could skip an update, but so there were some particular actions actually in the coordinated action plan that were going out on C-band microwave usage and I think even using some geostationary data. So we can see what we answer to those actions, what we do with them. And but you could skip an update here. I think that's not a big change. Huh? Is there any? No. Space segment wise, I think it's there was nothing that came to my head very dramatic that needs fixed. No.
Yeah.
I think we skip that update here. We can return. Okay, good. So then we had sea surface salinity, which we had in the first one. And in the first one in 2018, there was basically 0 data set. And we made some recommendations on this. And so here is a text from the GCOS-RP response on sea surface salinity. I can review this, or somebody else. Is anybody interested in sea surface salinity?
So I think that one is being reviewed, and I guess the response from OOPC saying that the response for this is adequate. Thanks for improvement with reference to the previous one.
Okay.
I think we should. I think we're probably good on this one.
Okay, then I can quickly do that and see how it relates to the 18. So does it take up stuff, or is it just completely new? But it's mostly the same. I think I'll just go quickly through. Sea level. So on sea level, we have tons of stuff, which is in very good shape. I think I take that one myself because I have already done this. So sea level is always split in basically 2 different things. No? So one is a sea level reference mission, JSON, Sentinel-6, and all this kind of things. And then there's this extra bit in the GCOS-IP about Arctic observations. And I have just revised that last week, what was written in the GCOS-IP response, because this is also, it's a split problem. So there are those that reach up to 80 north, Sentinel-3, Hangyong-2, and these. And then there are some like cryosat and so that have no future, and that's the real issue, and that's much more dramatic than it was written down. No? For the other ones, there is basically no gap to expect. No? But for those who get really, really north, there is a gap. No? And I don't know, the first part I had here, this was about the reference mission on really sea level, but I have also copied here from the GCOS-IP stuff, but I can connect that. No? So there's one, so the class that has no gap is basically this series here on ERS1, ERS2, NVSAT, Saral, Alticar, Sentinel-3, AB, Hangyong-2, CD, and so on. And Sentinel-3 and Hangyong-2 is both operational missions that will be continued. No, there's a long series and Chinese data that will come. And then there are new missions like S3, NG, Topo, Copernicus, that is almost certain. So I had always a feeling that GCOS wouldn't believe those plans until there's a real launch campaign. So they still have even Sentinel-3 C and D as uncertain some elements, so that I would not believe. And then there is a real issue is with the non-sun synchronous. So cryosat radar altimeter and ISAT-2 laser altimeter, and those have basically no continuation. And crystal A, B is not a real replacement for that. So partly only. So, but this is now described here because cryosat is now almost 18 years in orbit, so that is not going to survive much longer. And that's a real issue. Okay. So then we have C state. I don't know. So there was also nothing in the GCOS IP that was on C state. So, but there is some text. This is almost about SAR missions. Anybody appetite for C state? If nobody has appetite, I just do it. Do it next week. If I have not done it next week, it's going to be difficult. Ocean surface heat flux. So this was very, very short. I don't know where this paragraph actually came from and why it's so colored. Is it also colored there? No, it's not. It's black and red on my screen. Yeah.
Not getting a response. If anybody knew, how did it take this and farm this out to the right person?
Because my original thought on this is so it's only on, I think that this is only on 2 fluxes. No? It's only on latent and sensible heat ocean. So as long as, correct me if I'm wrong, but I still think people uses parameterizations. So still bulk approach to compute this based on SST, wind speed, and the voodoo that we did on the humidity in the boundary layer. It might be also machine learning. It doesn't matter much. We can machine learn the flux. But that's all. No? So I think it is basically covered by the 3 base parameters, and you would not need anything unless you really want to have a direct flux measurement from space, which doesn't exist really. No? So I mean that's nothing to debate on. No? So yes, so we have. So if I write the paragraph on the surface winds, and we had done an analysis on the SST, there's nothing, and the humidity part is based on the microwave stuff as well. So we can just and temperatures. So this is one can just make a reference here. No? And there was some, but there was still some text. If this is right, radar altimetry, synthetic aperture.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll still try to find somebody to give it
I see here. No, yeah, Misako Kashi has put that in July 8, 23, and that was probably in the GCOS IP response.
Yeah,
there
so
was a particular action which was different from a climate data record. No?
it's the B9, so it's called improve estimates of latent sensible heat flux and wind stress. So I think in Tokyo meeting that Jeff and Misako was sort of assigned to that action, but we have not been able to get anyone with that. Tokyo.
Yeah, have a look at this. Have a look at this. So I wasn't sure about the ZAR. What do we measure with the ZAR on this? It's kind of mentioned here. Radar altimeter, synthetic aperture. Yeah, we can measure sea surface height. Yes. Current speed of the sea surface. Currents. It's about currents, no? But this is not an ocean surface heat flux. I think nobody's using that to determine an ocean surface heat flux. It does, but who is anybody exploiting that information? Not really. No. Okay, well, but I can't find a way to say ocean color. So it's also, I looked in the GCOS IP22, there's no action that has ever mentioned ocean color. So ocean color seems to be perfect shape. It's no concern about anything.
Actually, perfect item for the ocean color VC, right? We have ocean color VC, but I don't know if we can.
I will do it. I will ask Eva.
Eva, yes, Eva.
I will ask Eva. Yeah. She's
ask Eva.
Just a floor away from me. So that's.
Yeah, that's.
I will ask her. I have an Easter present for you. That's it. So that was the last one. And the rest is tables here, so we can update the tables at the end. You can also, if you look at that, when I talked about earlier about the questionnaire, this is here in the annex. So you can see what questions we actually asked the people to answer to make an assessment about all the GCOS principles and get enough metadata for the individual records. And this is the stuff that we want to simplify a little bit, because there's a lot of information that is that we haven't used in the analysis, and that is also not really interesting for many, or the people that needed to provide the answers haven't understood that. No? So there was about organizational questions as well. So who was responsible for doing the intercalibration? So this was one of the questions asked, and of course, people were over asked. So I'm gonna say, I don't know. So there was this idea of having some real organization among the space agencies, so from different agencies, but this never happened. I had some acronyms, and then I have lists here in the end about the contributors. No? So I have this is incomplete. So we had this sort of writing team here, so I will add more names, everybody who contributes now. And we had all those people that had already contributed to the past gap analysis, so I need to see who still remains. Then we had all those here who have contributed in one or the other form to the 22 workshop and also in the gap analysis before, so the pieces that were authored. So and then we have contributors to the ECV inventory, so there I would need to look back into one email from Alexandra Nunes, who did most of the work as a contractor. So here you can see how many people were involved in providing the input to the ECV inventory. So that was, and now it would even be more, about 30 more names. So that's a lot. And that's it. That's all on the gap analysis reports. Now we can go to the action document.
Maybe before we go to the action plan, so if I may take a few minutes just to clarify the timeline a little bit. So all the reviews and inputs will be in by April 12th. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that, what's the next step?
Yeah, then we just package that up and send it to basically the CEOS chair and the CGMS chair via the secretariats for review by agencies.
Okay, so and then that will we targeting to get that in before the CGMS plenary in June.
So if we want to submit this to the CGMS plenary for endorsement and they see it before, we could submit that to the plenaries end of May. So you would need to send it for review end of April. So we have until 12th of April, and then we package it on basically end of April, 30th of April would be the right date to submit this to the agencies formally for review.
All right, so that'll be April 12th, and then April 30th will be two
so we have
milestones.
2 weeks in between to fix some remaining issues.
All right. The important date, Jeff. 12th is the one that everybody has supposed to review and have the inputs in, and then April 30th will be the finalized version sent to CGMS and CEOS for review.
Okay, and now comes the more difficult part. So this is the coordinated action plan. So I went through, this is what I was doing on the flight. So this is just, I think those, the context hasn't really changed. And that was anyway a copy from the gap analysis report. And this is what the scope is. So I can still do that. References, it's not so important. Terminology is just referring to the gap analysis report. But here is the recommendations and actions from 2018. So if you remember that there was the first, so we probably had been a bit optimistic in how this would be received and how people may act. And then a year later, or a bit more than a year later, the pandemic hit, and then many things dried out. So the first one, Jeff, that goes just to you. So there was a recommendation basically to ourselves, or to elaborate on differences between CDR and ICDR, considering existing definitions and to estimate impacts of implementation of ICDR as a specific category in the ECB inventory. So we have partly done that. So this needs this definition paper. So develop a technical document to characterize the differences between those two, and to advise on the necessity and feasibility to separate ECB inventory into CDR and ICDR. I think the solution for the inventory was we have just included ICDRs in the existing component and have just mapped or recorded the commitment of the agency until when you're going to run that. Now, sometimes it's infinity. Some others say, oh, I have funding only until this or that time, and then this would stop. This is what you see in this time series in the gap analysis. So it was still open, and there was a proposal for this, a working group 10, or we had a new deadline. So, but we can still do these definitions here, because then it will be very clear on the CDR, ICDR. So this is, and I think you had a deadline in your work plan. So we could put this onto the work plan action deadline. I think that would make sense. Put to the CEOS work plan deadline. And I can describe that. So I think on this document, nobody needs to take any action. I will just describe what happens. It's just 2 sentences or so. Okay, that's easy. So then we made a recommendation to include a more relaxed commitment level on the future CDRs, which we did. So we should change the questionnaire, which we all did. So that has been completed in 19 and implemented since inventory 3. So it's nothing to do. Then we had a discussion, CEOS and WMO, to discuss the possibility to better align or facilitate interoperability of the MIM and OSCAR space databases to ensure a more accurate, unified view of past, current, and planned capabilities of sensors. So we had detected tons of issues in both when we tried to figure out about the sensor. There were so many errors in those that it was almost, so they have really, so they have reacted to this in various ways. So we marked that as, so this was only about forwarding issues and discussed. So we completed that in June 18 and closed the action. No, they don't. Yeah, no, they have. So we have the action to forward issues detected in the MIM and OSCAR databases, which we did. So individual instrument lifetimes were largely missing in both, but they have corrected this. So it has been done. MIM and OSCAR acted on it with several improvements. So it's not perfect, but they did a lot on that. So there was a second action on this, that we would initiate a discussion with the CEOS MIM and WMO OSCAR representatives to assess options for and impacts of harmonizing these databases. This likely would have distinct advantages on maintenance, consistency, and information transfer by agencies. So, and I wrote here, so okay, that's probably complete with limitations, I would call that. So Oscar space is really in better shape by now. MIM isn't being used by the ECV inventory anymore. So last time we checked, had many more past data still incomplete. So they have still added some, but if it really comes to past data in the 1970s or so, there's nothing in the MIM. No, so Oscar was much more expensive, so we added the SSH. So, but this is only because of they have contracted Roger Saunders. So that's why we had a very short cut into adding that. So that was good. No? So we had it's a little bit of history. So we had initial talks at the CEOS Technical Workshop 2018, and this is outcome that a standard language need to be found and agreed. Or slow progress in MIM. So they have done another synchronization with Oscar, but terminology issues still prevail. And so I still say could mark it complete. There's no tendency that any side would move. No? So we said at that time, last possible is to propose to all to either use Oscar terminology or to move to CF conventions. And the problem is even wider. It also includes GCOS. I can't remember. There might be even one on GCOS, because GCOS ECVs have a completely different terminology than used by either database or space agencies. No? So all the variable naming is completely different. No? So, and in reality, you would need to agree on one for all of them. If you would do that, then MIM or Oscar would be exactly the same. So you can just remove one. But there are parties that have no interest in removing it. So in that sense, they will never agree to this. No? So for that particular reason, it makes money. Some. CEOS is paying MIM for MIM all the time. Yeah, we used Oscar Space mostly because of all the past. So when we started this, MIM had no sensor data prior to 1999, nothing before that. So this was because they had only started at that time. And then I've asked the agencies to update, but the agencies have only updated with the new things. They've not updated with the past things. And so in that sense, it was so incomplete that we said, with the inventory, we cannot bother with two at the same time. No? So we tried because to keep everybody pleased. And CEOS was using MIM, CGMS is using Oscar. So it's like, so you can see there was a limbo. No, we say, okay, we use the one that's better. And we will continue that. No? But MIM is still maintained, no? And has also some additional information. But in reality, it's the same information. It's exactly the same information, just differently labeled with different names. No? And this is a bit useless, but anyway. Okay. But I would think we complete that, no? Because we cannot make much progress beyond what we did. So we took a decision, Susanna. So then we had, I think this was suggested by GCOS to us to establish a specific inventory for FCDRs to signal their importance and to promote their usage for the production of ECV climate data records. Because we would also observe that people were doing climate data records by using real-time inputs and then fix all the problems in level 3 data. No? So by whatever, histogram matching. So it was a very, very wild technique at a time. No? I think Soil Moisture was one of those doing that. So histograms matched on it's homogeneous. So because they could not fix the source data. No? So this is, so we have, of course, not done that. And it was also depending on closure of action 1. No? So we had the plan to do this in inventory 4.0. So the question is, what do we do with this? We could think about. It is a bit complicated. No? So because do you really want only to have what Chris lined out? So it was perfectly timed presentation about FCDRs, no? Or also what people like us deliver to things like reanalyses, which are more single sensor corrected, harmonized as well through cross calibration to make bias corrections a little easier. But if you would call that automatically an FCDR all the time, is so still a little open question. Now one could have lists of no, one can do that, no? But the question is, does the working group still want to do that? And because one would need to go around and figure out what FCDRs do exist. No, we can make that a part of this of our contractors' business. It's not a problem, no? If we want to address that.
Have those in there.
Okay.
But I think, for example, that questionnaire for CDR probably need to be updated for FCDR. I imagine some of those fields that important for CDR might not be important for FCDR and vice versa.
Yeah, need to be different, and it needs to be completely different. I think I'm not 100% sure anymore, but I think we thought about that, and we defined a list with Alexandra what this would entail, and so we have done a little bit on that. But the question here is only: do we want to push forward with that? If we say yes, and I saw the people nodding, so I think we could just revamp the action and
timeline-wise, we'll have to be careful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's many.
Yeah.
What's the length?
Yeah, the length cannot be a requirement. No, this is that's a problem. No? This, no?
Like that.
Yes, because we also saw. Now it might be a different database even, no? But we also saw that there is a huge value even if you have shorter versions of that. No? So I think one thing that we just did for the reanalysis was looking at SSMT. So temperature sounder, no? So that nobody has ever used these data for anything. It's a couple of DMSP satellites, no? And we worked that record up, and this looks actually pretty good, no? So for the later times, you could compare that to forward simulation radio occultation data. We were surprised how good it actually is, no? So this is about four instruments in about 15-year time series. So the question is, would you ever call that an FCDR? But it has tremendous impact on reanalyses. We will see that very soon. It's a good impact on stratospheric temperatures and others. I think we could widen the scope a little bit. No? So data records that are actually useful for either doing climate data records of ECVs, but also being used in reanalysis activities and so on, because they have slightly a different perspective on, they don't want to detect a trend or so right away, but they can use it as a piece of information in the whole complex. No? And we can tune it that way, no? In terms of what information we gather. I think that's not a big difference. No? No? Okay.
Also, for the reasons reanalysis, I meant, right, pretty soon.
Yes, we go from radiance to information. That's actually a good question. What is GCOS thinking about that when you think about ECVs? If people go directly from radiance to flat probability. Yeah, oh, ghost gone, don't mention that. You skip the retrieval. The retrieval, yeah, you skip the physics. Many people are already doing that. Weather forecasting, nowcasting, warning, that they just use the machine learning network to say, what's the probability that your garden is flooded in 2 hours, in 3 hours, in 6 hours? They don't derive rainfall and then do this. This is yesterday, you know? So nobody needs that estimate anymore. No? So it's rapidly growing. Physics, okay. inconvenient physics.
Shall I just assign all the remaining GCOS IP actions to ChatGPT?
We can try that, and then we submit it and see. It will also our highly esteemed GCOS. Okay, so I think so. We keep this action. Modify plan for it. And I think inclusion should be in January 5. So that's new design in 2025. All right. So this was actions to the working group climate. So now we have some actions towards improved climate data records. So one was space agencies should adopt the nomenclature for climate data records as defined in RD2. That was some, this is the governance report, and should encourage their personnel to apply it. So the action was, so CEOS CGMS agency with interest in or mandates for developing climate data records will distribute the documentation and nomenclature. So that's the paper on the FCDR, FDR, ICDR, CDR, TCDR, whatever, within the agencies and foster their usage. No? So we can assist, we said, summarizing that in a document. So this is open and not much has happened. No? So do we still want to do that, or is it useless maybe? So the question is, if we have the definition, how many agencies would follow using it? So some will, but others, I don't know. And we can also ask ChatGPT to find an exclusive closure. We hope. I was always skeptical on NASA in particular because it has these Earth system data records, and the nomenclature on climate comes and goes with governments. So not that you get in danger because you are not allowed to use it anymore. Or there could be so many facets of this. It's like my proposal for this would be we gently close it. Actually, we do the action on providing the definitions, and in that we can say, and we encourage every agency to adopt these kind of definitions in the business, no? And that's it. No?
I think that for this action, since we already had a definition, so I think it would be a good idea to reiterate that at the CEOS and CGMS meetings, and just to kind of refresh everybody's mind that we have this definition, and then encourage all those agencies either to provide feedbacks or changes if they wish, or just use those, or encourage them to use those definitions in their programmatic language.
Yeah, so I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I forgot to put here what the deadline was, but it wasn't very.
Have to advocate for it, right?
So I think I gonna write a closure sentence around this, and we can see that. So then we had a recommendation to GCOS to work with the working group climate towards a clearer linkage between user requirements for the ECB products and climate applications. And the action was GCOS will, in the process of updating its implementation plan, strive to better link ECB user requirements to climate applications to ensure a more complete understanding of the intended usage, information chain, and potential impacts on decision-making. Working Group Climate will support GCOS by formulating its needs and participating in related discussions. So the status of this action is open, and I think in the discussion on the last GCOS IP, we had here and there a discussion point. There was an external force on GCOS to bring everything aligned with the WMO rolling requirement framework, which led to this 3 stages of requirements, which is more for planning a space mission to descope. And it's not related to any application. So about this threshold and what does it mean actually for a data set. Either it's good enough for an application or it's not, but it's not like a threshold that you can do up to what. It's very difficult. No? So, but they were forced to implement that. So, and partly they could not react to what we wanted. On the other hand, I still think that if you talk about applications, it's all about time and space scales. And it would be still worth an effort to have activities to find out how we can better do requirements depending on time and space scales, which is more scientific question. No, I would in Europe, I would think we could do a Horizon 2020 project about this. So how to do that? No? And what do you need to believe in, like variability from the reanalysis, for example, in analyzing different time and space scales, no? Or something like that. No? But at the moment, it's just giving global average requirement for trend estimate, and then they have different thresholds for that, which doesn't make a lot of sense. No? So there's still, and it's expert based. No? So people are asked, and there was some useful numbers. I think many of us were involved in this in the past. Now it's much better because it's at least traceable now where the number comes from. That's already a big improvement, hard enough to achieve. But I think this is still valid to do this. But it's rather a long-term action on how to improve a more scientific setting of requirements. No? Yeah, but yeah, for the next IP, no? I think so. I think I keep open reformulate towards. Yeah, I will retire much sooner towards next GCOS IP because there's still some time, 2028. So it's only 4 years. It's not that far away. It's not enough for doing a research project, no? And finishing it and use it. It's too short already. No? Oh, yeah. Yes.
Threshold or objective uncertainty. Broader understanding.
Yeah. It actually requires also a much better understanding of the applications. So that's why this dimension of user engagement is quite important. And I think we made this experience talking to those agriculture people, and we still will run workshops so what better products we can actually do. No? And that is, and many do, you do that as well, I think, and everybody does it. And this is not like automatically a number for spatial resolution or something like this. No, it's very different description of needs rather than numerical requirements. No?
Yes, it's a big activity. At the same time, we need to be humble in the sense that very often the biggest use of things is not necessarily the one for which we've done things. For instance, who would have thought that ERA 5 biggest use would be to power the new generation of weather forecasting systems, which are doing better than the physical models. So that was not foreseen at all. And
yes, that's true. And it's now 5,000 users of the ERA 5, not for that only. No, it's
AI methods and
all the Google, the Huawei, NVIDIA, they all use ERA 5 for the training part.
classic case.
So we could, I mean, with GCAS, we could even think about, one could do a workshop. I mean, if IPWG is trying to figure out things on precipitation, I think there could be many people interested in how to do this. No, so we just finished a study to do this. So how can you do this for, I think, for more continuous variables, so water vapor or so. So when you want to do this on different scales, and so we just in our last stages to send it off. No, but this is so. Okay, I will try to formulate something, but that we don't lose it. Yeah, what the next steps are. Yeah. So then we had something about, even harder, working plan to develop a white paper on what is needed for the validation of climate data records, including uncertainty information stability aspects. So there was an action. So CGMS agencies were to sponsor and co-sponsor one or more workshops. So the idea was to do a workshop on that, to define the needs for validation of climate data records. No? So we heard just Philip Goril talking about all this ground-based measurements, which are used to validate retrieval schemes. So it doesn't tell you much about the performance of your climate data record if you do that, unless you would have a very long record of this measurements, which you rarely have. No? So, but what else can you do is an interesting question, and all this propagation of uncertainty from level 1 to 2. So there was a plan. I think we had once a plan even with ESA to do a workshop in Europe. So EUMETSAT ESA sponsored workshop on uncertainty in climate data records, and basically take the outputs of that to do this action. No? So that was the whole idea. It never happened because the pandemic has basically killed us. No? So it's like we can also abandon this for the moment and think twice if we want to do this. No?
Yeah.
Consistency, yes, it's also a question. Yeah. So what do? Yes.
But agree. I think we should make this low priority. I think we should transfer it to WGC. Can't do everything, and I think it's
okay. So my proposal was abandon.
I think. I mean,
or refresh, yeah, but I think we have no.
They're high quality, frankly, and you know, it's always going to be buyer beware. You know, whoever's going to use it, you need to make sure it's validated for your purpose, and that's the huge definitions of what's sufficient. Provider and the user. The thing that's important, I think, for us is that space agencies either make Cal-Val networks. Again, that's really WGCB.
Yeah, but it's not only about Cal-Val networks. No, it's yeah, that as well. That's also part of this. And
but again, this is going to be taken over by AI.
But that's only one answer. There are more answers like that. No? Product consistency. So I think I would know it as a decision abandoned because it could not be realized. No? Needs to rethink what is required. So I will just kill the action. Is that okay with you? So that was a tough one. CGMS agencies to add the delivery of FCDRs for each individual satellite instruments linked to relevant precursor instrument series to the agency remit. So this is, so the action was, so it's a very soft action. So this formulation was basically a result of the agency review, you know, so that So with interest, no? So that allows every agency to easily bail out. We don't do anything. Or mandate. Some have it in their mandate, like us. We have really in our mandate to do this as a part of our convention to develop climate data records. So the problem here is availability of consistent level 1 data, because every mission is treated in isolation. So if we had in EUMETSAT like METOP, okay, that's 3 satellites, and then comes a METOP second generation. So there's no automatic process that takes up that the METOP second generation record is taking care of the METOP first generation record. So in EUMETSAT it is now, so it's a programmatic requirement, but this is not true for most agencies. You do the next mission, it has no responsibility for past missions. And this was the idea, I think, was to implement that, but I think it's just almost, it's impossible. No?
The problem is NOAA is a problem, right? We've not been very good. That, are we an anomaly, or is this more like?
It's frequent, I would say. No? So it's like, it's very rare. No? So the thing is, so with NOAA, you would consider now, okay, there's GeoXO. So does GeoXO takes care for the fundamental climate data record of all ghost data back to the beginning? It does actually now.
It doesn't matter what part
this,
of the agency does, as long as the agency does it.
Yeah,
and
no.
NOAA is not doing it.
But it's not. It's doing it. It's sponsoring it at least. That's good. But it's not. There's no commitment. No? So no general commitment that you would do this for every satellite program that you run. You would need to do to care for the precursor program data. Most programs do in terms of archiving. So they say, okay, you maintain the archive of the past data, but they don't do the fundamental climate data record for all past data with the new data. And you've seen what you can do. No? So it's like all this kind of stuff. No? And
what would this look like? Would this look like a recommendation approved by plenary, or?
Yeah, it's all approved by plenaries. No? Every single recommendation action was approved by the plenaries. So we had thought about, so I mean, I proposed here, but what we did is, so we had thought about inventorizing the agencies that have this remit actually. So we don't know that. So nobody has ever analyzed, so what is in your commitment for this mission related to past missions? No? I think nobody would know that on the table. I wouldn't know this for hours because I'm directly involved in that. But
if we put FCDRs in the inventory, now we have a tool to answer this question.
Yes, no, we would see, and you may also see who has done it. No?
On big board.
Yes. So it's, I mean, it was, I did not put, I may started that later, I was too tired already, but no. So, and the definition need to be acknowledged before this is done, because otherwise nobody would know what to do, you know? Okay, I mean, we can keep and put it on a long bench. I'll write something about this. Because then we can represent that also in CEOS CGMS plenary. You know? I think most people have forgotten, or the different people sitting there now. So then we have for agency to require the application of metadata standards. No, so we said we will recommend appropriate international metadata standards and not invent new ones. And would distribute that documentation with the agencies and foster usage. No? So we had not thought about which ones, but so we did not do anything on this. No? So we always postponed it, and then in the pandemic we didn't do anything. We think it's still important and useful.
I'd say that if we had anyone here from any of the big data archives, they'd say yes, very important and very useful.
Yes.
So shouldn't this be sort of the WGCS work?
Yeah, but the WGCS has confused me last time with their developing new standards.
Hmm.
When I asked them, do you know about all the WMO standards? They said no. And then I was really confused because, okay, you're not going to invent all the wheels that everybody or some are obliged to use, actually. so no, I think there is this other community about us promoting fair standards. No, I think that would be the most useful to promote just this standard, if we could agree that that's a standard that we would want to promote, but then we could just promote it. We don't need a specific action for that in writing a paper to send that to the agencies. They could just, is so well documented. In 2018, it was not, no? So the situation was really different in 2018, no? So this was all coming up, but not really adopted, no? But now I saw it also in C3S, no? So adopting fair standards, we do that as well. So piece by piece, no? It's not like a click and everything is there, but it's, but more or less, it seems to be a pretty reasonable standard to be used, no? So, but we could just promote it as whenever you meet somebody, you can say, okay, why you're not a player, apply the fair standards. So, but do we need to write that to the agencies?
I was going to say the fair standard is what NASA is looking towards, and there's a lot of promotion for that. One thing I would mention too, there's a lot of data going to the cloud and cloud optimized formats, which are leading to new challenges for metadata. The old like NetCDF, standard NetCDF, HDF don't work near as efficiently in cloud as you would want them to. So that's another thing to maybe think about.
Yeah, that's an upcoming issue. Okay. But
it's like amazingly logical to do this. Also seems like they're entering. Want to be liked.
yes. I mean, we can say something that we think that is, or the action has not been really performed, but we don't see any need at the moment for this because we can use the FAIR standard as an example. So that is apparently being adopted by many agencies. So there is no need to foster now. So to who, I don't know what the situation is in Japan, in India, go to ISRO also and ask them what data standards and metadata standards and discovery standards they're going to apply. I don't know.
Findable, accessible,
interoperable, and reusable.
No. I mean, there's a large community pushing for that, no? And it's taken up more and more, but we are still the Western world around the table.
But I still think this is sort of like a Vegas type of thing because they talk about this all the time. And then I think I hate to sort of recommend some other working group to do something,
Okay.
but I think that's really in their in their mandate to do the data and the metadata.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah. That's not particularly for climate. No? They are ready, yes. It's weather and climate.
Kyle, who's going to talk to us?
Who?
Bob Redman, Douglas Rao.
Okay.
Thought about this kind of stuff. Probably would agree with us.
Okay. Definitely tomorrow. 10 minutes. We are at number 10. I think we have 21, but there was still some complete. Okay. Yeah, AI ready. Everybody talks about that. We do this also. It's nice. So specific ECVs, CO2. So there was a recommendation to ensure continuity and CO2 CDRs. Agencies or partner entities are requested to commit to the generation of CDRs in all relevant spectral domains, including shortwave infrared from existing or approved missions measuring tropospheric and total column CO2. So the action was actually put into the CEOS work plan. So there was a lot of consultation needed, apparently. ACVC, working group, Carval. The action becomes part of the roadmap, greenhouse gas monitoring. So it was put into the roadmap to support the first two stock tanks and for the assumed date when an operational system should be in place, which was not named, but it was thought to be CO2M. The first part potentially be finalized with acceptance of the greenhouse gas roadmap in autumn 2020. So somebody needs to check if it's in the greenhouse gas roadmap. If there's anything about that, I don't know, because the roadmap has changed since then 2-3 times. So I don't know really what is in there about CO2 data sets.
So, guess for continuity, so there is like a mission timeline on the GHG webpage. So that will separate those missions, had mission timeline for CO2 and methane. So I think maybe that will at least address part of this action, yeah.
But will they also produce data sets out of those missions?
I think that's the
consistent data sets out of those missions.
I think that certainly is, because I think that's certainly the plan, because there is one of the actions on the action plan is basically the Calval group is supposed to do all that. So that's the, Akihiko is leading that action.
Okay. So likely complete, but we need to check.
Yeah.
I can do the check. Okay. There are a couple of those are finished anyway. So let's continue the 10 minutes and then, or I can just see if so this one was complete, so we don't need to discuss. So there's the same on methane here, to develop a plan to address the measurement of stratospheric methane profiles.
I think that's the same same line. So there is a mission timeline on the web page, and also in the I think of course in the white paper is already outdated. So but the updated, the most up to date version is online. So that was on the CH4, also separated by if it's larger area by facility scale. So that's the method.
But on profiles or total column?
I think that's a total column. Yeah. So yeah, that's total column.
Oh, so the status was there's never, so ACVC has not looked at this at all. So they just.
So I think ACVC is sort of had very much handoff type approach. So I think John Warden is the ACVC representative to the greenhouse gas task team. So he is very much involved with all this. But yeah.
I will drop in an email. So then I was, okay, this is what we just discussed. Generation was tropospheric column methane or total column. I think would be spelling words. Based on data collected by instruments and mission, Sentinel-5P, Merlin, GeoCarp, Sentinel-5, Fengyong 3D, GOSAT-2. I think that is in the plan, no?
No geocarbon.
Yeah, there is no geocarb, but this is 2018 sentence. So that is, I will not find the strike through in Google. Okay, but that is in the, so it might be happening, I think, but that is in the work plan. So I log greenhouse gas task team work plan. On the column, I think that's in there. So there was also one on precipitation. I think this was a CEOS precipitation virtual constellation. To further study the situation on precipitation climate data records, taking into account the findings of the working group climate gap analysis report. And this is basically what they wrote to themselves, to identify a way forward to stimulate production of improved precipitation CDR based upon the experiences gained with existing data sets. So at that time, there was also, okay, consult with the IPWG, because at that time there was no activity on climate in the IPWG. And the VC was basically dead, and WMO scope doesn't exist anymore. So this was just fostering some collaboration among all those bodies, no? And we were supposed to initiate this discussion. We had the discussion actually, working group climate meeting 18, where there was no concerted effort anywhere. But the visual constellation was basically working on this. No? IPWG, nobody has talked to IPWG. Scope is dissolved. Yes, I talk now. So, but that's by chance. No? So I don't know. What do we do? Kill it? Okay. But IPWG is doing on climate, as you said now. So it's interested still in this, or? Yeah, no, I will kill it. It's just about, I need to say a few words. Oh. To GVAX. They want to do science, not. They would exploit your record, but not anyway. Yeah, we have that for many things in the landscape now. That was one reason not to have two working group climates, one in CEOS and one in CGMS. So what we would. Okay. Okay. One, two, I'll just check how many we have left. This is complete. Two. And there were three that belong to the LSIVC, so that you can take a look maybe. 2 to SST. So we have 6, 7 to go. Or close them. No? I mean, we are 6 years after those actions have been formulated. No? So
okay.
I think we may not need a lot of extra time. So there were a set of 3 actions and probably just send that, and on 2 there was already discussion. There were 2 actions on SST. I can figure that out. But I can manage with this. I will write that up 12th of April for this as well. Don't need to spend more time.
Oh, you don't need any more time? With that, does anybody have any sort of concerns or questions, or do they want to quit?
Yeah, the
I want to
newcomers.
go hiking tomorrow instead. All right, let's adjourn then. To get to the restaurant, which I'm still, anyway, long story. I wasn't able to make a reservation, but it was because they weren't there until 5 o'clock, which is part of the reason for the reminder. I'm going to try and make the reservation right now. Still want to plan for 6:30. I think the easiest way to communicate with everybody once we all go our separate directions is by email. So check your email by 5:45. I should be able to confirm where we're going. How many people have cars that might be willing to drive other people? I have a car.
Yeah, so.
Kyle has a car and he said he would drive. I can take 1, 2, 4 friendly people are willing to sit close to it. Kyle probably has the same, so that's 8, then 4 more.
You too.
We're getting pretty
Yeah,
close.
I think
actually.
we have.
Oh, you have a car?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
The
think
3
we all
cars and
meet in the hotel lobby like 6 o'clock, and then that'll be good, right?
outside.
6 or 6:15?
6 should be good, right?
But
But if you want.
Oh, you want to walk?
around,
Okay.
I
All right.
mean, we won't leave, right after 6, so.
Okay.
That's all.
That sounds like good plans. Okay with that? Oh, no, you're. That's fine.
The people in the car.
Well, I was worrying about that, but we're already going to get Uber. Yeah. Good. See you all at 6 in the lobby.
6.
And then 9 o'clock again tomorrow morning here. We'll do this thing. Tomorrow's gonna be more fun, so don't give up heart.
What was the name of the restaurant?
Hardest day at Working Group
Farm
Climate
and
since
Fish.
5 years.
Bruce Farm and Fish.